I will stop there. I want to thank you, Tom and team. I want to thank everyone who has found the opportunity to turn up today for this meeting, for taking your time to be here with us. I look forward to a very interesting and productive conversation. Dr. Mviange.
Let me recognize, we were talking today about Dr. I'll not call you doctors, Martin and Tom for all the good work. Participants, I know you're all coming from different sectors, from different parts of Ghana, which directly or indirectly is touching on the youth in Ghana. We are very much pleased to see all of you here. I know it has not been easy to get together with COVID challenges, but we do appreciate your resolve to be here and be part of this convening. Thank you very, very much. On behalf of PASCA's board of directors, I would like to say we are part of this journey. Just to echo what Martin was alluding to, we are part of this journey to make sure we transform Africa, to build the Africa that we want. This is key. This is and I'm very much personally pleased to be alive to see this movement happening. I know perhaps 50 years from now, I'll be so ill, and many of us probably, but we'll have left behind, or we have planted a seed towards this movement. So this is really commendable and it's timely, okay? May I take this opportunity also to acknowledge those who are going to be involved in this process in Ghana. You're not doing it for yourselves, you're doing it for your families, for your friends, for your communities, for the people of Ghana. As Martin said, Ghana has been at the center of liberating Africa. Kwame Nkrumah and the Nyereres, the Jomo Kenyatta, they had a vision about Africa. How do we address development challenges in Africa? It's about time now we have Africa that we all aspire to have. Ghana right now is also hosting a Secretariat for African Continental Free Trade Area. It's hosted in Ghana, in Accra here. And for the very same reason, your president accepted to host the Secretariat here is because he firmly believes in the African dream. And this Utafiti program that we have is part of that big African dream. COVID has actually devastated our economies in many ways, but it has also brought to the fore opportunities and challenges. Of course, some of you might wonder what opportunities: wearing masks, because probably that money somebody else made it, right? Or vaccinations. I'm not sure whether we made any vaccinations, but opportunities to think differently, to see the world differently, to realize that every single moment we have is important. That's an opportunity. I'll look at it that way. But it has also brought challenges. It has revealed how vulnerable we are. Africa now enjoys demographic dividend, right? If you look across countries, over 90%, almost 90%, 80 to 90% of population, they are below 45 years. That's huge. The challenge with that comes with how can government absorb them? Labor market are not functioning well. They can't absorb all of them. What can we do? It's very important. And these are very poignant questions that need to be addressed. We are here directly or indirectly trying to address those questions. How do we move and help our people find meaningful and decent jobs? how do we find ways of engaging our youth? We were having a conversation with Honorable Minister today, and she really shared a lot of pearls of wisdom on what can we do in Ghana? How can we support? PASCA, as a Pan-African institution, is at the center of doing that. We understand the challenges, and just to echo what Martin said, we are demand-driven. We want to be at the center of not only building the consensus, but also understanding what are the issues. So we are able and we are better placed to design programs or research initiatives that respond to the needs of the communities across countries. We are your partners, and we are very happy to be here. Now, if I switch a little bit and come to Ghana, I was reviewing yesterday some statistics on Ghana. Unemployment stands around 12%. That's double digit. It's a bit worrying. Underemployment is over 50%. And Madam Minister, you are talking about some attitudinal issues that the government is challenged to address in Ghana. 12% unemployment rate is very high. This is a ticking bomb. It's a time bomb, basically. And governments are grappling across the continent. How do we address, how do we absorb these youth who are jobless, who are looking for means and ways to sustain their families? Because if we don't, we are creating a multiplier effect. What about their children and their children and their children? What does it mean for Africa? So 12% unemployment rate in Ghana is something that we need to think about. And I want to challenge my Ghanaian friends. I was telling Martin the other day, when I was in school, my roommates in the US were Ghanaian. When I lived in Europe, Ghanaians. When I lived in Kenya, Ghanaians. So I've had a very good taste of Ghanaians. I love your food, by the way. I always used to wait for my roommate to cook over the weekend, and I will not go out. The smell was awesome. So we need to do something about the youth. The 12%, the 50% underemployment in Ghana, it is something that should make us lose our sleeps during night. We should think collectively with the government. And this is not something, and I'm glad we have government in the room. They say the government itself cannot do it. We need the help of private sector, NGOs, civil societies, individuals. We need to find solutions to addressing this. The Youth Aspiration and Resilience Program, the project that we are having a convening right now, is at the center of addressing those. As the title says, Youth Aspirations and Resilience. So there are three terms: aspirations, adaptability, and resilience. Do we have to go by the formal ways of or traditional ways of thinking about jobs? If there's one thing that COVID has taught us, that is not the case. Things have migrated online these days. Alibaba became a billionaire because of online platforms. I understand a few years back, UNCTAD initiated an e-commerce program for African youth, so they'll be able to penetrate markets and sell online. Those could be one of those solutions. So the onset and advent of COVID-19, it's not necessarily a curse. It could be an opportunity to revamp and reinvent ourselves, to think with our communities how we can support and help each other. I reiterate again, 12% unemployment rate without proper mechanisms and policy instruments to address, it can actually go overboard. And that is something that it should make us worry. I don't think any of us find any joy walking on the street, seeing a normal African like your good self begging. We all want decent jobs. We all want to look nice, right? Can we contribute in that discourse to shape the conversation? I think yes. You are here precisely for that. Make this convening your own place to find not your own relevance, but all the relevance of Ghanaians that you represent directly or indirectly. The relevance of your families, the relevance of your communities, the relevance of places that you work, institutions that you represent. This convening is meant to actually bring those best practices out. Aspirations. People have desires. Youth have their own ways. We were talking today with the minister, and she was telling us something that I've never heard before. People have different targets and thinking. Can we understand that? Maybe sometimes this is the usual go through schools, university job. And if there's one thing that I've been talking to business communities in Africa, is that they find some of the university graduates are not fit for work. They don't have the prerequisite skills. And there's a trend now that is shifting towards TVET, where youth want, I finished my school, I can go and mold something and make money. I don't want to walk around with degree certificate that everyone doesn't want to look at them. So aspirations is important. It's important to understand so that you are able to design demand-driven interventions that speak to youth challenges, to hear their voices, to understand what they are facing. And we are very grateful for MasterCard Foundation for supporting this. The idea here is to bring out the voices of the youth. We want to hear the voices of Ghanaian youth. You represent the Ghanaian youth. What is it? What aspirations do Ghanaian youth have? How can they adapt to the new norms, to the new ways of doing things, to the challenges that are coming within the labor market, both formal and informal? What are the regulatory improvements that need to be taken? And the government is here. What are the changes that need to be put in place to make the environment enabling for Ghanaian youth to prosper? And finally, resilience. How can they be resilient in the face of adversity and challenges? What are the support systems? What are the coping mechanisms? These are all context specific. They won't be the same in Kenya. They won't be the same in Ghana, in Nigeria. They are context specific within the Ghanaian environment. You are better placed to share those pearls of wisdom. So I don't want to take so much of your time. I want to encourage all of you to engage, to speak. I realize in West Africa, things are slightly different. This is a cultural shock in a positive way. In Kenya, things are like tick, 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 tick. Here you take slow while you're eating your jollof. And we were talking with the Madam Minister, the Ghanaian jollof vis-a-vis the Nigerian jollof, but I like the Ghanaian jollof, the hard one. I don't like the soft one. I'm sorry if there's a Nigerian in the room. I would like to take this opportunity to say again, thank you very much for being here. Use this platform to engage. On behalf of Pasca's Board of Directors, I want to appreciate all of you. I want to appreciate the Minister for being with us. Thank you so very much. And again, our apologies for a slight delay, but you have been a mother, and always African mothers have a unique trait. They are patient, and we appreciate that. Thank you so very much. With that, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Deputy Minister. Let me try to pronounce you again. Jiv Tishom Ampofo. Did I get it right? Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pius, it has been a while. Executive Director, researchers here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be here this morning. When you're talking about the youth, young men and women, and talking about aspirations, resilience, and adaptability. It is always pleasant to meet with young people. And yes, the individuals here are really young people. They are the target people who help us solve the issues so far as the country is concerned. It is a great pleasure to be here this morning to witness the launch of a project dubbed Young Women and Men Aspiration Resilience and adaptability before, during, and beyond COVID-19. There's nothing we do in the country that, or in the world, that we can't or won't make reference to COVID-19. It is just a tiny virus that had made a lot of changes in everything we do. Even if you say you don't care the way we dress, as we sit here, we unusually dress. Prospect for livelihood, employment, and accountability are issues that every individual on this globe must be concerned. Because if you say you don't care in the era of COVID-19, if you live with somebody who says, I don't believe in COVID, that person will go out there to pick the virus and bring it to you. So with the disease, at least one positive aspect, we have appreciated that each and everyone matters, at least with the spread of COVID. And also beyond COVID and within COVID, it matters because we live in a small world where whatever I do affects every individual. As you all know, the future of the present generation is in the hands of the young men and women, and investing in them will offer great opportunities that will propel the country on the wheels of growth and development. And with this recent census, we've realized that we have a high percentage of people below the ages of 45. So either we plan well, invest well to benefit from the dividends of this youth, or we sit aloof and bear the challenges that they're going to pose to all of us. This present government, even before COVID, had come up with a lot of policies and programs to prepare the youth for the future in this nation. President Naridan Akufo-Addo, who, so far as history is concerned, has been the oldest president we have ever had, but he's somebody who thinks and plans about the youth. There are many interventions, but they are still not enough. You have the free SHS taking care of our younger ones who are in school between the ages of 13 to, let's say, 18. We also have the NAPCO, which are taking care of between 23 and 30. There are still some individuals out there who have planting for food and jobs. And in Ghana, how many of us here will say that I want to get into planting for food and jobs? The maximum you could do is get the land and get other people who do not have the technical know-how to do the planting for food and jobs for us. And because of the lack of technical know-how, they will say that farming is never lucrative. Again, one other area the government is doing her best to ensure that we get youth who have skills, youth who wouldn't hold many CVs to run from one office to the other. And even in recent time, by courtesy of Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you no longer run from one office to the other, but you open your device, get into the various sites looking for jobs. And all these also come with challenges where impersonation is going on, cyber fraud. Give me this and I'll give you protocol. There's no recruitment you call protocol. So all those who say bring this and that for protocol, help us arrest them. These are all advantages and disadvantages that we get as we try to improve systems. Because the local dialect, let me translate, we say that where the liver is closely associated with the liver, is the gallbladder or the bowel, which is most of the time beta. So we have the fraud all over our cyber. Much investment had earlier on been done and is still being done in the areas of skills acquisition. That is what we say TVET. And now wherever we go, wherever you are, you hear somebody talking about TVET here and there. And with TVET, we have a misconception for many years. Let the bright students go for the grammar education and let the daft ones, those who can't put the apps together, go for TVET. So those are the see he can't do anything good, so let me go and learn a trade. For Amma, he's just a lazy chap. Let's go and let her go and learn a trade. And by so doing, the bright students don't want to get into TVET. So they go through the grammar education, and at the end of the day, we're looking for jobs. You're not getting jobs. We're looking for jobs. You're not getting jobs. But those who we said they are not too good, with a little seriousness, at least they're producing one thing or the other. As we sit here from head to toe, is by people we wrongfully said they were not serious. From our hairdos, from the food we even ate this morning, from the clothing, the whole apparel that we have, both men and women, about these people, TVET experts that previously we said that, because they are daft, they should go and do this and that. And because of that misconception, that is where there's employment, but we don't want to get there. We sometimes think that it's too late to get there. It is never too late. And with, again, one other advantage of COVID-19, we've all appreciated that we need the device to take us to the various media platforms. So you get your product in your room. You may not have a workshop. You get a product in your room. By next morning, you make sure they are found on too many platforms and people will order. And whether you like it or not, they order, and who do the delivery? This one won't say it into the van. So there are so many disadvantages to their operations that nobody wants to say that they are rendering some service. So you do this in your room, in your own kitchen, at your backyard, just post it there. One person will order, another person will do. And by magic of technology, through mobile money systems, you get your money. And at least for the day, one product made, that product is sold out and money gets into your wallet. With a grammar education, what statement will you make in your room that will bring you money, apart from fraud? So let's reposition ourselves. Let's readapt. That is adaptability. I have finished philosophy in World War II. How could I go and learn a trade? But that huge CV is not bringing food to your table. How could you adapt? Many people are adapting by a very negative way. Very negative way. Let's adapt in a positive way. And as you try to adapt to do the unusual, positively anyway, people may speak against it. People may discourage you. That is why you have to be very resilient. Maybe the first time you may not be successful, but when we are resilient, and for resilience, women are far, far, far better. But except that sometimes, not in a positive way. In area of heart issues, you see women show a lot of resilience. I know he will change. I know he will change. But when it comes to getting skills or doing something positive, women always want people to motivate them. The time is too spent, and it's time for us to motivate ourselves. Men usually take a lot of risk. Most of the time, the risk men take, most of them are also negative anyway. Women take a lot of positive risk, but they always want people to motivate them. Hey, wake up and motivate yourself. The terrain is not as smooth as you think. Motivate yourselves. Naturally, women are resilient than men. Men are mechanical, so pa. If there's result, there is. If there's no result, back out and have your peace of mind. But the woman will say that, I think it will work. I think I should have done this. This time it will work. So women are very resilient. Let this resilience show in ways that we're getting really adaptable to situations and get things run the way all of us will benefit from that. Government is doing a lot, but there's still much we have to do. And with adaptability, we have to change our psyche as young people. We have to change the way we do things, our expectations. Because again, with the social media, the world has become like a little ball, just like the head of the microphone. Because with a tap on your device, you see what happens all over the country, all over the continent, all over the globe. So we get to be very ambitious. It is good to be ambitious, but ambition without readaptability, ambition without resilience, you can't get to your aspirations. You want to aspire to do 1, 2, 3, 4. That is good. But you have to adapt and be more resilient. Once you do that, you're definitely going to get there. It is not surprising that this project is being launched today in Ghana to provide reliable data and complement the effort of government. Government is doing so much. But I was telling them, there's still some group of people, we haven't catered for them. Those who are already out there, they haven't gotten any tertiary education. They're not in school to benefit from free SHS. Between 2045, they are out there. Because of poverty, they have no skills. Because of lack of counseling and guidance, they couldn't get the right certificate and they are out there. They also live in communities where society put them to some class. So if you want to provide them with some employment where they're going to work for somebody, a menial job, they also think that they are higher than that. What they want, they can also fit there. The clock is ticking, they're getting too old. And they're all over there, and they can make a lot of noise for you to see that Ghana is not safe. Are they employable? Some graduates are not even employable. The mindset to learn and comport, to go through the mill. No, they always want to be out there. And has been the issue in all sectors of our lives. A small Christian gets a gift of the Holy Spirit. The next morning, he's setting up a church by himself, forgetting that he had to work under somebody to learn, at least church administration. We're getting too ambitious. We're not ready to adapt, to learn, to ensure that we get the answers and the product that we want to get. So it is my wish that at the end of today, which begins the research, we're going to get to the root of the issues that we have. And I wish they're going to tackle those already out of school between ages of 20 and 45. We're going to place some emphasis on them and see how well we could reuse them. And I know through TVET, we're not going to leave anyone behind because we're managing the apprentices and the master craftsmen. But those who are not yet master craftsmen and also not apprentices and they are out there, they need somebody to talk to them. They need somebody to recycle them. They need somebody to reassure them that, yes, you could start afresh. They need somebody to say that, readapt and be resilient. You haven't drawn before. You don't need to draw. You didn't like art, but you don't need to love art before you could do some TVET for yourself. And you're not getting into TVET because you are not good. You're getting into TVET because that is the way out, the way to self-employment. And I know they're going to ask, after training, how am I going to start? There are a lot of facilities out there. A lot of facilities that government is even putting in place under Ghana Jobs and Skills. So we want to get the skill, want to get a certificate. Yes, I haven't gone to school. How am I going to get a certificate? You have proficiency 1 and 2, which you don't need to write plenty. Much more practicals. You are there with your certificate. In Ghana, everybody is doing everything, yes. But in some the so-called developed countries, they don't have the population. But they need men and women, young people, of course, to man their institutions. So once you learn, once you go through proper way of learning and you get a certification, you travel out there and nobody will more handle you and bring you back because they will see that you are an asset. You're not a liability. But when you go there, as a method, you say, just as I am, they'll more treat you because you're not going to adapt to whatever they have. Make up your mind to learn. Make up your mind to readapt. Cultivate resilience. When we were children, was was it a rhyme or what is a poem? Try again. And there's a lesson we should know. Try again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. But because of social media, no. Life is now pack. I hope you know pack. Martin, do you understand pack? It means fast. Corner fast. Everybody is not having the patience nowadays. But let's cultivate the patience, the virtue. And resilience is a higher virtue. We need to, once we get that, system are being put in place to ensure that you will be there. And if not for anything at all, for a successful livelihood, you will be there. So with those few words, I want to say thank you very much for everything. And I declare this program officially open and launched in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. And I wish to say that how to run away. I had another program at La Palm. And because this was about the youth, it's so much on my heart. So I had to squeeze and be here. And I would have loved to stay longer, but because we couldn't keep our time. They thought politicians would be late, but I was here 8:30. And the rest didn't come here on time. But all the same, I like the numbers here. Let's all learn. And as you live here, learn as you move along with your life. And with you, you could make a lot of people change officially or unofficially. I want to say that we are grateful for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, so Honorable Minister has to leave, so we wanted to have a photo with her before she leaves. So if we could all kindly move out and have the photo with her, then we can come back and continue.
relationships are nurtured, both between the individuals, the community members, the media, and the different think tanks out there, all with the same interest of tackling a given policy issue. And finally, we think that in building relationships, we are helping create both epistemic communities around specific interests, but also knowledge generation that support those communities to move policy and program issues forward. So the idea is to be able to try and help different stakeholders reduce their own selfish interest into a common good that can benefit both those who are implementing the policies and those who are targeted with those policies. And in doing that, you achieve sustainability.
The positionality of interest has a role in what we understand by the notion community. So we have two usage of community here. First is the community of interest, which is people who articulate positions based on their various positionalities, be it experts, so to say, engineers, social workers, or individuals who are vulnerable or precarious, are likely to lose out in a particular intervention. So these communities of interest come to the house as sometimes small silos.
Yes.
And one of the things that the house does is to melt that and create possibly a new epistemic community, which is a futuristic community. And that's both a methodological issue and an outcome of the Tofitisiera House.
Absolutely. So what have we seen that works, or what has worked for us in building these communities of practice? And as Steve ably put it, breaking down the silos between different interest groups in the house. One is to be able to grow trust between the different actors, not least so that they can trust the evidence that is being generated, but also to respect that even communities that we're trying to help, even if there are people around the roads, in Kenya as we call them perhaps mamambogas, or there are communities that are interested in obtaining social protection services, that their understanding, their perspectives, their views are important, and that their views must be respected. So creating that trust actually helps to create a certain level of thirst for evidence, not only among the house members, but also beyond the house itself. A second important thing that we have seen works as an indicator of success is that as you create these communities, you help to create better engagements between the different actors together. So a good example, for instance, here is our urban governance in Nairobi, which has really helped to use evidence to enhance not only the voices of the urban poor, but also to help those people in government to understand that infrastructure development should not just be done for the purpose of infrastructure development. It should have a social angle to it that actually helps communities appreciate why they need the infrastructure in the first place. A third important indicator of success that we have been able to pick through our work is from the convening that we did last year, where we were able to bring multiple stakeholders, individuals and organizations working together to create a well-defined and African-led evidence-informed policy agenda, which actually was appreciated across the continent, but also globally. So for the first time, these groups of organizations and individuals were sharing lessons. They were sitting together and in a safe space, being able to tackle their challenges and learn from each other. And finally, an important lesson that we have learned is that whenever you have an opportunity to create these shared spaces, you are able to use evidence to confront really difficult policy issues. We all appreciate it. The process of using evidence is not one which is free of politics. And the process of policy formulation and development is not one which is free of politics. And therefore, you need to create vibrant spaces which enable different actors to work together to confront these difficult challenges.
Perhaps you could give an example when we look at the challenges, because when you go to the challenges segment, what you realize, for example, policy performance becomes a key challenge in the sense that the ministries, the way governments are organized, keep shifting, and as they shift, the idea of the policy shifts, policy futures in terms of what do you want to see. Most people would say, well, the issues are like social justice, inclusive cities, or sustainable development are just imaginations and values, and you want to make them a bit concrete, and that becomes sort of a challenge. And then policies suggested by the Tofitisiera House are often seen as alternatives with potential of displacing. And those who feel that their dominant framing is to be displaced sort of resist that. And then ultimately it's also about the outcomes. You know, people in the Utafiti house, as you say, come from different positionalities. And that is also
we want to continue
an expression
now
of different
and
rationalities. So to sublime that together,
we want to invite somebody that I admire so much from afar, even though I have not met him before. And because youth is at the center of this, we have the CEO of the National Youth Authority, Honorable Pius, has a day to give us his goodwill message. Please, let's welcome Honorable Pius.
Second. Thank you very much, Dr. Tom. Dr. Martin Atella, PASGA Research and Policy. Dr. Anthony Vinyange, Executive Director. Distinguished researchers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. And please may I begin by apologizing most profusely for arriving late at today's engagement, but it can be explained. Please do bear with us. I was away on the field doing some other equally important engagements that relates to our mandate at the National Youth Authority. We were in Adan, or we have been in Adan for the last 1 week, together with sister agencies preparing our sector medium-term plan. And I had to travel to participate personally because of the importance that we at the National Youth Authority attach to what is happening. And that is why the traffic situation on the way made it quite impossible to have arrived on time. Nonetheless, I am excited that I am here, and we believe that what is happening today is in tandem with the mandate of the National Youth Authority, which is established as the foremost youth development service delivery agency in Ghana, with an enabling act, the National Youth Authority Act 2016 at 939. And so a lot has already been said. Today is not the day to make the long speeches. All I can therefore say is to congratulate PASGA for the initiative and to welcome our brothers and sisters from Tanzania and Kenya who have joined us, and to also assure you that the National Youth Authority remains in full support and firm support of what is being done. We are clear, and Doctor has alluded to a few of the facts, that even though significant strides have been made, and my colleague, the Honorable Chu Mampofu, spoke eloquently about some of the interventions that have been unveiled by the administration to ameliorate and mitigate the challenges faced by the youth of this country. But we are quite clear that the challenges remain formidable. There are formidable challenges that the Ghanaian youth still faces, in spite of the major achievements that have been chalked within the last 4 or so years. We are, however, encouraged that these formidable challenges are surmountable, and they can be surmounted through positive synergies like the one that we are representing here today, a collaboration between actors in the development partner space and also in the non-governmental partner space. And so we are encouraged that the PASGA is here. Yes, I do agree with Doctor. If you look at the Ghana Living Standards Survey, Series 7, youth unemployment is at a worrisome 12.6% figure. Underemployment is also at some 49.2%. We should take note of some of the worrying trends. And I am happy that even in setting the topic, they do not do a generic youth, but there is a deliberate attempt to break it between young men and young women to place emphasis on gender, because sex and locality, if you check the available data, sex and locality have serious implications on the aggregate numbers. So we may be talking about unemployment at 12.6, we'll be talking of underemployment 46.9, but if you segregate it further, you'll find that young women are more disadvantaged. You'll find that rural youth as compared to other urban youth are more disadvantaged. And so I find it wise and creative that even in designing the problem, which will soon go under investigation, there is a deliberate attempt to segregate and set out the demographics quite clearly, and to also emphasize women. The interventions have been spoken about, like I said. One of them has been the free SHS, which is a major flagship intervention for us at the National Youth Authority, because hoping 18% thereabout of the Ghanaian youth, as people above 15 years, have never been to school, uneducated, 15%. I will not bore you with the figures of the monumental increases between, the transition rate between JHS and SHS ever since the implementation of the free SHS, at the risk of sounding political and boastful. But please avert your minds to the data, and you'll find that that intervention has had enormous implications on the data, the free SHS. The transition between JHS and SHS was a major, major problem. Maybe the barrier was cost, and the removal of that barrier has facilitated it. And I believe that in the next Living Standards survey to be conducted by the Ghana Statistical Service, we will find that the figures are becoming quite or a little more comforting. Whilst we discuss free SHS, you also notice that COVID-19, and Doc was talking about the opportunities. Yes, I think that there are some opportunities to COVID beyond even economics and finance. Of course, people are sewing the masks, and we are wearing, and it has become a major, major industry. And I was looking at the figures the last time, and I said to my friends that if we knew that COVID was going to come, we would not have ventured into politics. We would just have started sowing marks, because on the average, we are using like 3 marks a day on the average. And it is not in Ghana, it's across the globe. You can do the mathematics. And even if it is 1 peswa a mask, Ghana cedis, I mean, 1 peswa a mask, you look at the population of the world, 1 peswa by that number by 3, you see that people will be smiling to the bank. But that's not the only opportunity. I think that the most important opportunity that COVID may have presented us with is a realization of our common humanity. And that's why I'm excited that our friends from Kenya, our friends from Tanzania would leave the comfort of their homes. And I've been in Kenya, Nairobi. I've not gone beyond Nairobi, but Nairobi is a pleasurable and desirable place to visit. And I think that to leave the comfort of Nairobi and come to the hustle and bustle of Accra is a reflection of the recognition of our common humanity, that a virus breaks out in little, is it Wuhan? And then this is in 2019 in Wuhan, far away in China, some province somewhere in China. And today, mighty countries like America are affected. And superpowers, presidents of superpower nations like Donald Trump will suffer electoral defeats. If you check the exit polls after the US elections, a lot of the people gave the management of COVID as the reason why they did not vote for Donald Trump. It was in the exit polls. So it only underscores our common humanity, like I've been trying to explain. And I think that it's a learning for all of us. And that is why I also want to commend the MasterCard Foundation for responding to the invitation of PASGA to assist. We are clear that policies that work are policies that are grounded on empirical data and on scientific research. And we do know that COVID has impacted, especially, and not especially, generally, all economies very negatively. On the average, before COVID, between 2017 and 2019, Ghana was growing, the GDP was growing at an average of 6%. COVID brought it to a paltry 0.4%. Youth in service, enterprises and businesses in service, in agriculture, have been badly hit. And these are the places that the opportunities for employment actually exist. Again, the Ghana Living Standard Survey suggests to us that there has been a marginal increase in the capacity of the private sector to employ between 2015 and 2019. Research was conducted in 2017 or anyways, but was released in 2019. The capacity then was 90, about some 90.2% or 90%. It's moved up marginally to about 92 point something percent. The state's capacity to employ doesn't resolve the challenge of unemployment. In our view at the National Youth Authority, we believe that it is to make the public sector effective to be able to service an efficient private sector. So yes, we will continue to recruit the police, doctors and nurses, but that is not a solution to the youth unemployment, because if you are employing just about 8% of the employable population, then you are not where the solution is. It is those that are employing the 92%. But you need an effective public service to public sector to service an efficient private sector. And so that's why we have seen some increased employments in the private sector. And so to us, the youth, the many of us who are looking at the government for employment, we haven't averted our minds to the data. The government is not the employment agency. The private sector is the employing agency, if it be. It's 8% of the employable population is what is catered for by the public sector. But we will increase the numbers for now as a strategic intervention to make the private sector effective. Because if there is armed robbery and so on, there's no police, then the private sector will suffer. If the courts are not working because there are no judges and there are no judicial service people, then the private sector cannot grow. So you need a core group to service an efficient private sector. So we should not be driving towards the public space for the long-term solution to the problem of youth employment. And that is why we think that partnerships are critical. That's why we think that entrepreneurship is critical. Yes, they have been talk about TVET. We agree that TVET solves some of our problems. In fact, we at the National Youth Authority, we have some specialized 11 institutes that do technical and vocational education. The World Bank in its last report also indicated that the opportunity of growth actually is in the agribusiness, agriculture and the agribusiness value chain and tourism. For us in Ghana, this is where the competitive advantage lies. And so again, we may have to shape the narrative towards that area. And that's what I agree with Honorable when she says that people think that agriculture is not lucrative. Agriculture indeed is one of the most lucrative interventions in especially Africa today. If you check our importation, if you check our importation, our food importation, the bill, then you notice that if you are still importing about $400 million of rice into Ghana alone per annum, and these are average figures, I'm not quoting, so our friends in the media, if you get back to me, I can give you that, but I'm talking about the averages. $400 million per annum. And that's what is available to be made locally. And so if you become the rice farmer, you are going to get $400 million richer, because then we don't have to import rice from Vietnam and so on and so forth. So in conclusion, let me just once again reaffirm our readiness to work with the PASGA, because even at the authority, we ourselves are beginning a process to interrogate the real impact of COVID-19 on our constituency, the youth. And so the PASGA is going ahead of us, and we feel lucky because now there will be relevant literature which we can benchmark our own findings against. And so we are very excited that this is going on. We are particularly also excited that out of the 7 countries that the PASGA has identified to do this research in, Ghana has been selected. I don't want to believe that it is only because of our tasty wache jollof. I mean, I am biased towards wache and not jollof. I get confused as to how the stew and the rice can all be cooked at the same time in the same bowl. I'm used to cooking it separately. So we are happy that you are here. Please contact us at the authority anytime, and the little that we can also do to support PASGA, we shall do. Thank you very much, and do have a good one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pius Ayaze. We are going to have a presentation right now from Udrick. No, we're having a presentation right now by Dr. Yeboah. That's the overview of the whole project of the Youth Aspirations project. So Dr. Yeboah will be doing a presentation now on that. That's the lead project in Ghana. Dr. Yeboah. Yeah, right. Okay, so let's go to the next one then. Then we'll have Dr. Owusu Poku, the Executive Director of UDRIC, will do a presentation on youth development, research, and innovation in Ghana. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to share a slide. Okay. Just wait, please.
Hello, good morning. I'm waiting for my slides to be shown because I did a slide presentation to show some of the statistics and then the data that we've been talking about this morning. My name once again is Dr. Kwesi Owusu Poku. I'm the Executive Director for UDRIC. I also teach at GIMPA as a lecturer at the business school. This morning, I'm talking about youth employment in Ghana, current state and policy options. This is a desk review that I'm going to do. So, okay, so let me just alert you about some of the limitations that you may see in this presentation. As I did the desk review, I realized that there's limited information on formal labor issues. And then I also realized that we don't have labor market information system in Ghana that people can really click and get. And then I also realized that putting this together is like picking data from one source, different sources, and you are putting it together. It doesn't make it one source, because if you do a research on the ground, then it is coming from one source. This is coming from different places, from World Bank, from Ghana Statistical Service, ILO, etc., that you pick data. So just to let you understand that, these organizations that I got the research from have different definitions for the youth. For example, the UN puts youth brackets at 15 to 24. So if you see a research here that I post from the UN agency, then that is what we're talking about. Then the Commonwealth also put it at 29, same 15 to 29. Then the African Union, of which Ghana is a member, puts it at 35. And in Ghana, when any research is done by any agency, the youth bracket is up to 35. So if you see any of the research I put here around Ghana, then we are talking about 35. Okay. Now, we are aware that Ghana's population is youth who are taking the lead. Now, the youth that African Union defines is 34% of the total number of people in Ghana. And that is between 15 and 35, sorry. That also means that 0 to 15 or 0 to 14 is not part of this 34%. When you add, then you are moving into 50-something% of our population. And all these people aspire, they have aspiration, they have other things. Now, before I talk about the next one, let me show you this picture. This is a trend analysis by ILO on unemployment in Ghana. And you can see that from 2010 to 2020, The ILO did this to show how unemployment was rising, dropped, and is now rising again. For example, in 2011, it started rising at a very sharp, steep, and peaked at 2015. You all remember in 2015, Ghana, we had Unemployment Association in Ghana because of this, because a lot of people had the skills and they were not getting jobs. It dropped from 2016, 2017, and now you can see an upwards trend again from 2018, 2019, 2020. It is going up, though not as sharp as it is. But then remember, this is ILO and the youth bracket is what? 24. So 25 to 35 is not part of this. It tells you that those figures are bigger. And that is what the GLSS, Ghana Statistical Service, is putting at 12%. When you look at it, I'll show you where these things are coming from. Now, the other trend that I put here from the GLSS 7 is that 21% of Ghana working population, which 49.2% are youth, are underemployed. Underemployment is a phenomenon where you have a job, but your capacity is not utilized to the time you want to work. You are working only 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. This is mostly happening in the it's for both formal and informal sectors of our economy. And then, but to help you understand this data, let's look at what is happening at the background. Now, the economy of Ghana has these major sectors: agriculture, industry, and service. So under agriculture, we have crops and livestock, and what have you. Then industry, manufacturing, mining, and quarrying, electricity and water, construction. Service comes with transport, storage, communication, hospitality and tourism, finance, insurance, estate, real estate, and then businesses. This is where the youth are looking for jobs in the economy, and these have been categorized into these sectors. Now, these sectors also have a responsibility to contribute to our GDP. Per their estimation, you can see that I think the legend is not appearing, but let me explain. Agriculture is down, industry is middle, and services at the top. Okay, so when agriculture is down, you can see that as at 2017, agriculture is going down. Industry had already taken a downturn from 2015, and service is taking over. The Honorable Minister mentioned that service is what World Bank is recommending in terms of tourism, and that could be the hospitality industry. I'll show you what happened when COVID came in and how it has affected service also. Now, domestic employment and then by sectors. Still, agriculture is the first, the blue. Is it violet or blue? Okay. Then the black, what you see as black is industry, and service is at the top. So this is the distribution from 2007 to 2017 of how people get jobs within these institutions. You can still see that agriculture went down, industry same, and then services going up. Now, advertised jobs. Where do we find jobs? When you are home. Now you see the legend is there. Agriculture has the least, followed by industry, and then service, a whooping 86.5%, which is about 87%. Jobs are found in the service industry. So the question is, whilst you are looking at this, you are asking yourself, are the youth aware of this, and do they have the skills to meet this opportunity that we have? Then the next one is by skill area. When you see the job adverts, what is available? You see that 62% of the jobs are looking for executives. followed by sales and other services. This is critical because most of the youth we are talking about don't have experience. And therefore, if 62 of the jobs are looking for 3 years to 5 years experience, they don't have. And therefore, they apply for executive jobs, they get disgruntled because I applied for a manager. You have not worked before, you want to manage. Whom are you managing? But yet, that is the jobs that are available, executive jobs, the highest of it. Then we look at key requirements for the jobs and the skill set that they are looking for. Here, executive and top professionals also is the highest, 63%, same, followed by sales and other services. And then you have artisans also coming in, and then you have others that is following. All this is to help you appreciate the current situation, what is happening, and why the youth are not working. And according to Barboatin and Ewisi, they came up strongly with an issue when unemployment was going up in Ghana around 2013, that skills mismatch is the key issue, where institutions train, churn out graduates, churn out students who don't have any skill to match what industry is looking for. And therefore, something must be done about it. Okay, we will later look at what has been done about some of these things, whether it's helping or it's not. But definitely you saw there's a change. The trend from ILO saw a change downwards, and now it's rising again. So unemployment by education level. I just want to show you this one. This very one. You see secondary at 11.7. Most people finish schooling at secondary school level. They couldn't pass and they will not go ahead. They will not do anything. And that big number is also looking for a job. With what skills? You get it. So the unemployment situation goes higher when this bigger figure is there. Then you come to those who have finished. They finished secondary school. They were able to move to, say, a commercial school, or they did some diploma, which is not up to degree, maybe typing course or secretarial course or something. They also have a higher number, which is 9.1, okay, of unemployment than others. You can see graduates at 5.9, which is about 6. So when you put the first two figures, which is those who have finished basic education and then secondary school together, who are very young, have energy, exuberance, want to look for work, they have been to school, and therefore the attitude is not everything they have to do. And if you ask that person to do any menial jobs, they will say, no, I have been to school, and therefore I'm looking for jobs. So that is how distribution is in terms of unemployment among educational level Ghanaians. Oh, sorry. Okay, now, aside these, that the youth that does not see the statistics go through, this is what they go through in terms of looking for a job. And the situation is that, one, they are faced with demand barriers. I mentioned already that experience is one of the key things that people look for in getting people on board, and the skills. So it could be experience or skills, which is a demand barrier to the youth who is looking for a job. The second one is lack of job search experience to facilitate his work. He gets up, he wants to work, but where do I search? Where do I go? He doesn't have any experience in looking for a job. He doesn't have any social capital to depend on. Therefore, maybe friends and family, and then you'll be there, your cousin will call you, your niece, uncle, I'm looking for a job. My daughter is looking for a job. This is Honorable Hajide. Do you receive such messages? So, millions, because the only social capital they have is you. But then, where is the opportunity? They don't have the skill to facilitate this. The other one is that in times of economic downturn, for example, when COVID came in, layoff strategy of organization is last in, first out, because your experience is less. So the youth who are last in always suffer these layoffs. And that is one of the challenges they also face. The other one is that lack of proper functioning employment and placement centers. We used to have labor offices where people could walk in the morning to look for a job. There is no official formal job center in Ghana, both virtual, and that is so popularized among the youth. When you ask the youth on the street, where do you look for a job when you are in need of job? And they say, I don't know. So we need something like this, where people can go there, which is official. It should be something that government is leading. Individuals and organizations have Ghana Web, jobs in Ghana, job seekers, and those things. It's not coordinated. And that is the next point, tells you that it also prevents the information flow between the job seeker and then the employer. People are sitting somewhere looking for people to employ, sometimes in the informal sector, but they are not getting the skills they are looking for because the job seeker is somewhere, the employer is somewhere. That platform is not there. That connection is not there. The other one is overemphasis on education and then certification. People have skills, people have the ability to work, but they will say drivers. Let me give you an example. National Ambulance. They employ drivers and they said SHS. So people with SHS went for driving school and they bank most of their cars earlier in accident. People who can drive, most of them have not been to beyond JHS, and they are very skilled in driving. So if you put education as a barrier or certification that you should have SS certificate, by force you should pass English and maths, then you are preventing people who have the talents, the skill to really get in. But we overemphasize on that. That is the meaning. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. The overemphasis is my point here. At least if the person can read and write, it's better. I read on social media a story yesterday. A security man was being interviewed and the man asked, "Can you speak English?" He asked him, "Are the robbers coming from England?" Okay, so that was just by the way. Yes, of course, the robbers are not coming from England. Then the last one is in situations where job opportunities are created, the skills mismatch, both soft and hard skills. There are people with skills, hard one, but they don't have soft skills. For example, students can come out of the university, but they cannot even type very well. You ask yourself, when you get to the office, what will you use? Computer. You don't know how to boot a computer. You don't know how to use Excel. You don't know how to use Word. You have the skills, but the soft skills and other things like negotiation, ability to come to work on time and others are all part of the situations that the youth are facing as challenges. And that is, yes, this one was just put there to show you where the unemployed youth are. And they are more in the urban center, according to number one. The ILO also says that among the youth between 15 and 24, it's more 6 times higher in Accra than in the rural areas. Then the youth unemployment rate at least 3 times higher in other urban areas than in rural areas. So we are categorizing. Accra leads. Accra has been separated from the other urban areas like Kumasi, Koforidua, and then the rural areas, the typical rural areas. And therefore, this have a policy implication. So Honorable said he now wants to go down and see what is happening there. So it will help you to be able to see where the unemployed youth are, and then you can run after them and then help them. There are people from Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. This is something that they came up with as causes of youth unemployment or causes of challenges that the youth are facing and the unemployment situation. One, they came up with an issue that the JHS and the SHS system was done at the beginning without adequate planning to integrate the people, the students into other trades and vocations and job placement. And that is why I showed you a figure about people finishing SHS, about 11 point, almost 12% looking for job. But what skills do they have? They don't even know computer. So what will they do generally? Then the next one is education and training that have no link. I've mentioned this already. Then they also said that the near collapse. We did a lot of divestiture in Ghana, sent most of our industries sold to people, and most of them have collapsed. And we didn't do any transformation to ensure that we generate alternative solutions for people. Then the shrinking of the public sector, he said 8%. Yeah, the public sector in any comparison you do will be shrinking because as the private sector grows, the public sector will keep shrinking. And government cannot do that. They have to do more of facilitation to ensure the private sector does it. And then the last one is lack of coherent national employment policy and comprehensive strategy to solve the problem. There have been a number of policies. Now, let me show you. Now, policies, I just started from 2010. We launched a nice policy, what we call National Youth Policy. It was launched 2010. Nothing was done up until 2014 when we were invited to come up with an implementation plan. I was part of the team that did the implementation plan, but it wasn't implemented eventually. So let me tell you, all this while, that is why the figure from ILO showed you that from 2010 to 2015, there was a sharp rise in youth unemployment because there was a policy that was not implemented. NYA was in charge of it. We worked hand in hand with them. They were doing other things from the older policies rather than focusing on this nice policy, which has about 19 thematic areas, which later we grouped into 4 thematic areas. Now, in 2014, Ministry of Employment also came up with a policy, and that is the National Employment Policy. What is the focus? The focus is to ensure that we have decent jobs for people, dignified jobs for the youth and vulnerable groups. So policies have been placed in Ghana to do some of these things. There was another policy that government launched in 2015 to address social inequalities, what we call the social protection policy. We all know what it has done for people, giving jobs. Then there was National ICT Policy in Education, 2015. They were supposed to give computers to schools, help them connect so that children can learn about computer in JHS and SHS. Most of the schools didn't have even the labs up till now. So that is also suffering. Then in 2017, government launched the NIEP, which is to promote entrepreneurship and innovation to enhance job creation, to support young people, businesses, facilitate them with opportunities, and then give them startups. That is what it was set up to do. Then in 2017, again, government has rolled up a number of policies under the Program of Economic and Social Development Policies, including the One Village, One Dam, and etc. you can talk about. Then May 2020, recently, there has been a launch of Digital Finance System Policy to help digitize our financial sector to benefit the insurance companies, the banks, etc., to be able to operate in a platform that will increase the way they serve people and bring in more people who want to venture into those areas. Sorry. So after looking at all this, I ask myself, what can I say to the people I talk to and give them this data? One, we have to do research but we have to also do advocacy to help Ghana get a coherent employment policy to help the youth. And this coherent policy will be able to come up with a situation where the youth, when you ask them on the street, they also understand. They have been educated. They are scattered. This organization is doing, this institution has its own, and that, and that, and that. What is the center doing? So there should be a central point. The second one is any effort to support youth employment must include the establishment of proper functioning employment and placement centers, both virtual and physical, to help the youth, because that gap between the job seeker and the employer is something that is not helping. Some people finish and by way of barrier, they are in maybe north. He has the skill, but the skill is needed in Accra. He doesn't know. How does he know? The last one is support private sector informal employers to improve and adopt formal employment conditions for the youth, especially. What I mean by this, most of the jobs we have are in the informal sector. And because they have not formalized their condition, most of the youth see it as not attractive. And most of the people who go there are not given proper condition of service. And also they are underemployed because they engage them on as a need basis and etc. We could support such ventures like the chop bar operators, the eateries and others to all formalize and engage people so that people will feel that they are also working. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Opoku, for this very insightful presentation. So we want to move to the project that we have. There are questions, okay. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. This is Tifonto again talking from TechnoServe. Thank you very much, Doc, for your wonderful presentation. I just wanted to find out, because you said, I mean, in Ghana, we have defined the youth to be probably from 15 to 35. But I'm looking at the gap, I'm looking at the age bracket from 15 to 17 and seeing all the challenges that come with contractualization and being willing to get those kind of youth involved in issues that government does not, look at them as legal beings. They cannot contract, they cannot, go into some certain contractor deals. So how does policy come to bridge that gap so that you're employing, if you're engaging a youth between 15 to 17, you're not in, you're not breaching any legal code, because most of these people, we're saying that they have to be in school or they have to do other things. They can't get mobile money, they can't get identification, they can't. So how do are there some issues that we need to advance to bridge this policy gap? Thank you.
Am I supposed to respond? Okay. You see, what you are saying is perfectly right. People around that age can also even have bank accounts and etc. So formalizing their job is a problem. Now, per our structure of education, those people between 15 and 18 you are mentioning are supposed to be at the secondary school level or at the TVET level. As part of advocacy, we could look at helping the youth to change their attitude to rather stay in school or build their skills at that age bracket as a team, NGOs, civil society, so that between 15 and 18, you use that period, even if you dropped out of basic school, you use that period to learn something in TVET or something that can position you for the job market. Because at that stage, let me tell you, the reason why the African Union has a higher age is that they realize that in Africa, most people leave home late. And the war-torn countries also made it impossible for you to bring the youth bracket down, because after war, a lot of people see themselves as youth. People are even pushing for 40 because after war, they want to see themselves as youth so that they can take advantage of all the youth programs that are being enrolled. And that is why 35 was pushed for. You see where the UN put it, 24. Because in Europe and Americans at 24, they are even gone already. They are not home with parents again. But here, 30, we are still with our mothers and we are still youth. They are feeding us. So I think we need to not to push for policy change to bring down these barriers, but rather advocate for attitude change, attitudinal change for the youth to use that period to learn a trade in TVET or be in school, say secondary school. And that is why I like the free SHS system, which by force puts a number of youth in school at that age. Wanted to say something, but is it a question? Okay, then I'll come back to you.
Doc, just a quick one. Great work, great work. I was just wondering, in your work, did you come across any data that relates digitization to jobs? Does it have a negative impact? I mean, there's pedestrian commentary out there. Is there data that relates to what digitization can do to job opportunities?
Yes, I mentioned one of the digitization programs, policies I have seen. And like I said, it's a desk research. So that digital financial system, though the policy has been launched, it has not been rolled out fully, because what I read about it is that it's now going to be rolled out fully, and the youth are not even aware about it. Though it's a negative comment, but it's a wake-up call for us to popularize it. Things are launched and the youth are not aware. That is what is happening.
Thank you, Doc. You are right by me, but I still want to ask a question. You indicated that unemployment among the youth is higher in urban areas than the rural areas. I found that intriguing. Is it because the youth have all migrated to the urban areas? And so there are no youth in the rural areas? Because when you actually look at it, you find that there are rather more job opportunities in the urban areas than in the rural areas. So what accounts for that?
Please show that slide. Let's okay, let me pick that. Oh. Am I pressing the wrong one? Okay, so which of them are you referring to? 1, 2, 3. You see, each of them has a source so that I can help you. The number 3, which says the youth unemployment rate is at least 3 times higher in other urban areas than in rural areas. Yes, other urban areas. And I mentioned that the other urban areas, apart from Accra, could be Kumasi, Koforidua, Ho, and others. Yes, people have completed school over there. For example, SHS, majority of them who have completed are living in these big towns. People have also moved in to learn trade, like hairdressing, seamstress, and at the urban centers. So you see the rural people move to urban centers to learn trade, even if it's TVET. And when you are looking for them, where are they? So for example, if Honorable wants to roll the digitization to the youth for them to be aware, this is where he has to be to educate them. But if you go to the road, they are not returning. People come to the city, they learn and they don't want to go back. So you see people who have learned trade and they are selling ice water or they are selling something on the street, hoping that one day they will get a job related to their skilled area.
Yeah, that's true. But the data we have shows that the youth population in the rural areas is still higher than those in the urban areas. And for decades to come, what the World Bank and other organizations have found is that you will still have a lot of young people being in the rural areas compared to the urban areas. But it doesn't rule out the fact that there is also that movement of young people from these rural areas in search of sometimes non-existing opportunities in the urban areas.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also want to find out, did you encounter in the research or cover the fear that in the next decade, about 40% or of their current jobs will be no more, and that would further aggravate the unemployment situation? And what plans could be in place, or are you proposing to cover such shortfalls that will be occasioned by technology and digitization? A good example is the oil and gas sector, and we are having what we call the energy transition. We're also going to have electric cars and what have you. So how prepared are we for that phase that within the next decade will be upon us?
Yes, I think the first answer to your question is that is why PASGA is here, to do more research. Number two is that the digitization project policy that government launched has IA in it, AI. Okay, artificial intelligence as something that government wants the youth to be involved so much so that it will propel us into the next level. And that is targeting up to about 2030, looking at how the youth can use artificial intelligence a lot. So maybe government has come up with a good policy. We need to research into how prepared the youth are to take this opportunity and then move on. And that's fine.
Okay, we'll take the last one and we move on because of time.
So this will be a contribution. Maybe for rural youths, maybe most of them are not seeing themselves as very much unemployed as urban youths. Yes, because they're in agriculture, they're in other services, they're in fishery, so they will not readily say I'm unemployed. But somebody in Accra who don't have access to land and all those other issues will quickly define his or herself as unemployed. So that may account for low unemployment rate for youths in the rural areas than urban areas. And then secondly, Doc, I would maybe encourage us to look again at the age of 15 to 17. Because I find it very simplistic to just say, okay, let's push them to TV, let's push them to learn the trade, because it's going to be a misgiven for 3 years for somebody who may have taken just 1 or 2 years to have finished a trade, sound to work, and cannot get work because his or her status are not formalized. So maybe a lot of work should go around that, and we look at that age bracket a little bit detailedly and see what are the proposals we can bring to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So,
as part of this workshop, what you just said can be one of the recommendations we do to PASGA, to do a research into what happens to these people between 15 and 17. What do they do? Even if they have their own skills and they are employed, they don't have opportunity to even get access to funding from government when they raise, or startups or whatever, because they don't qualify. They can't have bank accounts, they can't do anything. So Dr. Yeboah, maybe we can take it up and see what happens between 15 and 17, those youth there who have skills and are already working, and they are cut out of the banks, they are cut out of opportunities from government. What happens to them? What is happening? So that we come up with a research towards policy initiative.
okay, thank you very much. Is this so burning an issue?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Dr. Poku, I want to also make a suggestion, if you can add to your recommendation, that there should be a relationship between the educational institutions and the industry. We keep saying that the educational institutions are producing half-baked students, but there's no relationship between them whilst they are in the school to get opportunity to maybe intern with these institutions, so that before they come out from school, at least they have some knowledge about what they are going to face at the market. So if Pascal can also, or you can add to your recommendation and push for that, I think it will also help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The gap between education and jobs is very, very key. And I think we can't just say that, the skill set they have doesn't match what is being required at the job place. What do we do? And I think what he's suggesting is how do we link industry and institutions of learning so that the skill sets that it is needed at the workplace, it is, included in the curriculums of teaching and learning. Okay, so now we want to go into the presentation of the project that we have. We want to give a bit of an overview of it to see, what we have, and then we would solicit for your feedback and questions and your input into it. And yeah, very short after that, we will take a break and then we will come back to continue. Okay, so the project we have is African Young Men and Women's Aspirations, Resilience and Adaptability Before, During, and Beyond COVID-19. Where is the... So it's actually a partnership, and it's a program that is being led by PASGA. I think that has been well established clearly. And it is being funded by the MasterCard Foundation. And the project aims to explore young men and women's aspirations and resilience in Africa before and during COVID. And the aim is that it's going to help us understand the implication of the crisis, the current COVID-19 crisis, for their lives and livelihoods. So before COVID, what were young people doing? Has COVID had any implication on it? Is COVID making them rethink their own lives and livelihoods? And what is the implication of that for both policy and for practice? And I think we've mentioned already that the project is going to work in 7 countries. And these are the countries that the project is working in. You have Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana. So that is more of West Africa. It's interesting that there isn't any Southern African country in it, but in the East Africa, we have Ethiopia, Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. I'm not too sure about the choice of the countries, but if there is any question on that, I'm very confident that Martin can address that. So these are the countries that the project is going to work in. But for us, we are in Ghana, and that is our major concentration. So in each country, the goal is to work with young men and women defined as youth in their respective country. And Ghana, I think it's been said already that the youth is defined as those who are between the ages of 15 to 35. But importantly, what we are going to do is that we will work with diverse category of youth: urban, rural, male, female, educated, uneducated, dropout, all category, those in peri-urban We want to get a very good, capture of the youth population, so that, because there is always the case that people's aspirations and their circumstances and livelihoods and lives are all shaped by their own circumstances. So the aspiration of a young man who has finished university and is living in Accra, East Legon, would definitely be different from the aspiration of a young woman living in my village where my mother sells this fish. So we want to get to understand them, but we want to work with young people of different categories. And this is also crucial for us. Work with stakeholders like you that we've convened here to ensure that the research and its findings and lessons are well taken on board. That is why we brought you here, to deliberate with you a project of this. What needs to be done from your perspective? What is it that we can make sure that we do right from the beginning? You don't want a situation where you do research before you go and look for policy people or development professional, before then you give them the finding that, look, we have done this research. This is what the rural youth are saying. So in your programming, think about it. No, we want to engage you right from here in the next 2.5 years, so that you are centrally involved, and to make sure that the uptake of the research, the lessons from the project are well embedded in our programming and our activities. So one of the things that we are aiming to do with you is to develop an uptake and stakeholder engagement strategy. And that is very, very important for us, because we don't want to do the research and the findings will be sitting idle in our shelves and in the books, or we just publish them in journal articles, which researchers we do. But we want to, make sure that beyond, academic impact of the project, we want to make sure that the project has significance for policy, for development, for practice. So that is one of the things that we'll be doing with you as stakeholders. So these are the research questions we have for the project, and there are quite many, and we will welcome your suggestions and feedback and comments on them. So the first one is, how do young men and women understand youthhood? This whole concept of youth. How do the young people themselves, how do they see it? Right, we were talking about, because, when we define, if you look at the UN Convention on the Right of the Child, a child is somebody between the 0 to below 18 years. But the youth population we are also talking about is 15, from 15. So it means that there is some cross, some of the youth are actually children if you look at the Convention on the Right of the Child. So we want to work with young people to find out what they understand by the whole notion of being a youth. Does it embody something? Does it come with, some symbolic value, or is it just about the age, the number, or is it something that has to do with the expectations of their own culture or from society and all that? And the second question is, what challenges, opportunities have youthhood presented during the COVID-19 pandemic? How has COVID shaped young men and women's understanding and appreciation of their youthhood? What are young men and women's aspirations about their future? What are they imagining for the future? And how has the COVID-19 pandemic shaped or not young men and women's aspiration about their own futures? Here we want to explore their expectations, opportunities, and avenues. What barriers, risks, vulnerabilities are young men and women encountering in pursuit of their aspirations, and how are these barriers shaping their own aspirations? We still have some more. What capacities do young men and women must pursue their aspirations? What adaptability and resilience strategies do young men and women employ to pursue their aspirations, especially in crisis situation like this pandemic and other, difficult circumstances or challenges that present itself, what role or can what are the provisions, regulations, and policies in Ghana here on young people? I think we from the presentation, we've got some of them, but we want to do a very detailed analysis of these policies and how do these policies and regulations align with or not with the aspirations and ideas of young men and women about their future. This is very, very important question for us because in my own work, one of the things that I've come across is that in the vast majority of cases, the youth that I've worked with, in most cases, their aspirations do not align with what is imagined for them by policies. And I think that has already been said here. So we work with these youth in rural areas, in secondary schools, and they are ambitious. They want to go higher. They want to, make it in life. They want to become the top people. And they realize the importance of education for their own aspirations. But, the current trend with policies that it's like there is this whole wing about entrepreneurship that, every young person must, you have to take the opportunities presented by entrepreneurship. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it, but is it that every young person can become an entrepreneur? That is a question I keep asking myself because some are ambitious. They want to go higher. Presented there is that opportunity there. They want to advance their careers. They are ambitious. Whatever it will take for them to realize their aspiration, they would want to. But is it that policy is also not being ambitious to match equally the aspirations and the dreams of young people? Or is it that the young people would now have to come on, toe down, put all your ambitions down, come to reality? This is what policy is all about. Policy is saying that it is all about entrepreneurship. Forget about your higher dreams and expectations and let's focus on, the realities on the ground. That is a very, very important question. And the next one is, what roles do various policy actors, including state and non-state actors, play to support the fulfillment of the aspirations of young men and women? And what are the variations in youth aspiration and resilience of young people across the different African contexts? What can we learn about the adaptability and resilience of young men and women's aspiration? And how can this inform MasterCard Foundation program and approaches? And how can the lessons learned from the whole study to inform policy? So these are the questions that we have that we want to use to guide the research, and we will definitely welcome your opinions and suggestions around them. We can make these available to you. And the project activities have been organized around three work areas or streams. So the part one is analysis of youth aspiration data, which has already been collected by, what's the name? Is it Hector Analytics? They collected those data before the COVID came. Then COVID came, then there is that opportunity to go back to do more work to see whether indeed, whether COVID is having any impact on the previous, aspirations or the study that was done earlier. So the part one is trying to analyze those data that was already collected by Hector Analytics. And then the part two will be where we do the COVID era data, the stage we are now, where we want to do a survey and interviews to update our understanding of youth aspirations in a COVID world. And if there are any gaps in, in the previous work, we address them in this current state. And the third part for me is the most important thing, where we want to engage you stakeholders right from the beginning. So are there very innovative ways that we can communicate the findings with various stakeholders? Like, the ministries, the NGOs, Are there any stakeholder we are missing? Is there any stakeholder we need to bring on board, when it comes to this particular subject of interest? And we'll be having stakeholder validation workshops to ensure that, the research and we are doing all this with you together. And that is very, very important for us in this research. So thank you very much. And we will take some few questions and comments and suggestions. And after that, we take the break.
Thank you very much. I have two quick questions. One is on you said the program is in Ghana. Is it going to cover the entire 14 regions, or there are just some few areas that we're going to go to? 16, sorry. Or there are some areas we're not going to go to? So that's the first. The secondly, on the research question, you said we're very much interested in life and livelihood. So I would have loved probably to see which one takes predominance for young people when they are deciding on how to go about their life. Is it life or is it the livelihood? So that when we're addressing them on issues, you want to see whether you're addressing issues related to life or related more to livelihood. Which one would they prime in their search for jobs? That's what I wanted to know.
Okay, so the first question, we are going to do, I would have talked about it in the methodology, but it comes, so I can address it now. We are going to work in the entirety of Ghana. But obviously, because it's a survey, you can't work with every young person in Ghana. So the plan is that we are going to divide Ghana into 3 zones: the coastal zone, the middle belt zone, and the northern zone. So, and from this, we will sample regions, right, in these zones, narrow it down to districts, and narrow it down to communities. So it's what I can say is that it will definitely cover the 3 zones that I've talked about. So the more coastal Ghana, middle belt, and then the northern region. But in terms of the district, the regions, the 16 regions, we may not necessarily go to all the 16 regions, but we will definitely go to very, in terms of characteristics of the region, there is some kind of those that we will select, especially from the coastal areas. They may not be extremely dissimilar from those that we may decide not to choose. And the same in the middle belt, and then the same in the northern belt. And then the issue about their lives and livelihood question, I think that is well noted, and we will take that on board when we are finalizing the research questions. Any other? Okay. If not, then we want to take a very quick break, a tea or snack break, and then we will come back and continue with the discussion. Thank you very much.
If anybody wants to leave after this, some people who really want to leave,
Okay. So the tea and snack is stationed at my left hand side. So you are welcome to help yourself. And if for any reason you may leave, please see Jemima before you leave.
gani tena inakusumbua? Ushajaza hizo public nini? Ndio nafikiria. I'm trying to remember. I know documents are archives. I'm just trying to remember, trying to figure out what else I'll do. Hello? Ulienda ukanyamaza?
Yeah, he's asking if you could make it up his place at Fort Worth. Oh, okay. Yes, I look and see. I don't have another meeting, but I don't know whether it's an online. I'm yet to just sync it. So check that and let's see if they will. Yeah, all right. Great. Thank you so much. All right, cheers.
I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Steve Koth, who we've been working together to implement an innovative evidence to policy approach across Africa known as Utafiti Sera.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. And indeed, the question of evidence and policy, which is what has been used to coin the word utafiti sera. Utafiti meaning research in Swahili and sera meaning policy, is an approach that has become useful in our times because the contestations around governance and the relationship between the governed and those who are in authority has for quite some time led to policy making that are often based on partisan interests, very transient kind of pragmatic interventions that are not evidence-based. So Tafiti Sera House is about creating a platform where you can bring together all people with material interest into one place and then activate a process that allows them to first agree on the language of policy generation. And then secondly, turn that language and place into a forum through which they can negotiate, they can design and propel forward policies that not only advance their societies, but also create better modes of relations. And this can happen in multiple ways. Often there could be things that are going on So when people come into the house, then they could say, okay, we've been thinking about this together, but let's now sharpen the question and responses in a way that gives us a common ground. So that is what we call the short route, where there's something going on and what is required is a common ground. But there are also situations which do exist in many circumstances, not only in Africa, but globally. And in these circumstances, you have snippets of material that do not constitute a single logic. So what you do then is once you meet as a house, you map those snippets together, synthesize them to be able to ask yourself, what question does this address? What policy lags or gaps does this show us? And once you do that, then you package that into research evidence. And the difference between the synthesis evidence and the research evidence is that the synthesis evidence is sort of an amalgamation, but research evidence then points that amalgamation to a clear policy question. And that can be organized in policy briefs, infographics, and other modes of public conversation. And then, of course, after that is to channel that through various mediums of communication that are acceptable in those specific communities. What we've realized is that although in our times there's been discussions about public participation, for example, a question must be responded to on what are the most appropriate pathways of those public communication and participation. In other places, there could be county hall meetings. Other places could be policy dialogue, roundtables, advocacy, and campaigns, or social media. So that vehicle is very important, and Dr. Fitisera House helps us to do that. If you do that, what we've realized, and the key intention of Dr. Fitisera House is that even before you realize your policy proposition or policy articulation, you build an influential group of champions. Because one must always remember that a good policy is as good as the people who develop it, and indeed as the people who can take it forward. You remember Mwalimu Julius Nyerere said that we have socialism as a good progress model, as a good blueprint for post-colonial relationships, but we had no socialists. So you can have a good policy, but if you don't have good influencers and champions, then that will be sort of unmet expectations. So that process helps us to have champions. And then ultimately then you have your outcome, which sometimes you have no control over, which could be bigger national debates, the policy document out there, new institutional design, and so on. So therefore, the Fitisera House offers logic and enables us to galvanize and rally all stakeholders to consistently and consistently be part of a particular policy process.
Thank you, Steve. An important question then that we need to ask ourselves is, how did we as PASCA and partners arrive at this idea of the Fitisera? Around 2015, we held a major international conference here in Nairobi on social protection. And in this conference, participants, particularly government and academics, engaged in a very lively conversation around how to move research outcomes into clear policy decisions. And there was an enlivened intervention or engagement between the two, with government challenging academics, saying that when you write and produce research, you need to write it in the sense that other people who are not researchers can be able to understand it, that they can be able to take and use for purposes of programming or for policy processes. And therefore, we took that opportunity to try and deal with this big animal in the room, which is the major gap between policy making on the one hand and research and academic processes on the other hand. And therefore, we needed to come up with a way in which we can bridge that gap, create relationships, sort of thaw the kind of relationships that existed at that time, and be able to facilitate a process whereby research is produced, it's engaged from the beginning, and that through a channel or a pathway, researchers and policymakers and other stakeholders in communities can be able to engage, and therefore that research can find a place on the table. So we retreated as PASCA to try and deal with this issue. And the exciting thing about it is that it actually spoke very much to our mission and vision about doing research that addresses public policy and governance issues in the continent. And therefore, we found a good home in two important theoretical understanding that help us to craft utafiti sera. One of these is political economy analysis, which the significance of this is the fact that you need to understand who the key stakeholders are in society. What are their interests? How do they see those interests being met? And how do they leverage on the resources they have to meet those interests? And the other important theoretical underpinning for utafiti sera is the political settlements theory, whose really idea is that when you bring different stakeholders to the table with different interests, different capabilities, and different powers, and of course different understanding and knowledge bases, and provide a platform in which they can engage safely, respectfully, and with a broad open mind, there is a high likelihood that the conclusions or the consensus arrived at would be mutually acceptable across the board. So this is what really Utafiti Center tries to do with the different houses that we build through this process. And therefore, we not only see government as a key actor in our houses, but we also see communities. We also see civil society activists. We also see researchers as important stakeholders in the process of knowledge generation and knowledge use. So our objective really is to try and grow those interactions, and in order to be able to achieve outcomes that addresses various contextual issues across the continent. So over the last several years, we've worked together with different partners to create several houses. Our main focus has been on 4 key issues: social protection, because the continent is struggling with this, but this is also one of the most important issues that the African Union has identified as a policy issue to be addressed. And then the other house addresses youth employment creation. This has mainly been based in Kenya. We have 2 houses addressing urban governance issues, trying to address the challenge of growing urbanization and growing populations, and making sure that the urban governance structures that we put in place actually take into consideration the different contextual issues that they're trying to address. And the final house that we've been building and working on is on social and political action, whose objective is to try and leverage or support communities to enhance their voices in policy processes. And we've done this in several countries across Africa. We've worked in Kenya, we've worked in Mozambique, we have 2 houses running in Nigeria, Rwanda, and currently working with partners in Pakistan on social and political action. My colleague Steve talked about building relationships as a way of enhancing evidence use. And so what we want to try and do is to share with you 3 ways in which we think we've been successful in building relationships that enable evidence uptake and use. So one of the things that our houses does, and we are excited about, is that it's able to bring together these different stakeholders and multiple actors, all at very different levels, all the way from communities to professors to government stakeholders, in the same space and platform, and give them an opportunity to not only identify a policy issue that requires evidence to be used, but also to appropriate that evidence to try and address that policy challenge. So we think the fact that we are able to bring in different stakeholders together allows different approaches to tackling a given particular issue. And that in itself is a major achievement for us, because oftentimes these are people who don't speak to each other. As I gave the example during our social protection conference, government was speaking a different language and researchers were speaking a different language. And now we're trying to deal with that challenge. The second important relationship building lesson we've learned, or that we think is a major achievement for us, is that once we've created these relationships, we are able to nurture them and to be able to, to help the different members of the house to work together and to see things in ways that they were not able to see before. And I think this is important because most programs do just create relationships and let them to find their own way forward. But we've learned that it is important not only to create those relationships, but also to nurture them, to create trust between the different stakeholders within the houses. Then a final important lesson that we are learning from building relationships is that communities who practice around evidence that are constituted around given policy issues identified by members of those communities and including government specifically, help in a way to improve the chances of success in terms of using evidence to tackle those issues, and also in terms of sustaining those communities going forward. Why do we say this? Because we are seeing people coming into our houses initially with a lot of uncertainty. They are not sure what is it in the house for them. But as relationships are built, as trust is developed, they realize that they have a place in the house. They realize that they are the key owners of that house, and they begin to own it and to generate ideas on how to grow that house. And I think this is an important lesson that we think we should be able to share with everyone who is interested in building communities of practice as a vehicle for enhancing evidence uptake.
And you're right, Martin, and maybe if we just give a bit of two examples here. Yeah. So this relationship building has two components. First, when we talk about the word community, we mean two kinds of communities in relationship building. The first kind of community are people of material interest who ordinarily find themselves in the lower rung of society. So for example, if you have a road construction site, if you look at the urban governance house in Nairobi, for instance, on that site you have the government entity, you have the funders who are often Western based, either the World Bank, European Union, and of course now African Development Bank has been putting money there. And then you have the individuals and the groups who have been occupying land on the road reserves, either for housing or for other enterprises. And so they find themselves in a precarious situation and possibilities of being displaced. We call those communities of interest. But then there is a second community, which is even more important, which is a futuristic community, which we call the community of practice. So what we realize in a place like Nairobi and Mombasa, for instance, is one of the key things that Utafiti House needs to do is to give them a language of mutual conversation. That language could be in a typical transformational language like human rights, social justice, rule of law, and so on. But each sector tends to have a language that will then allow people to have a conversation. And that becomes very important in both creating those communities of practice, but also nurturing a conversational environment among the actors and between the actors.
Thank you, Stephen. I think perhaps use that opportunity. I think that's a really important example. The other, I think, in terms of providing these houses with a language to use, is our lesson from the social protection house, where the conversation has gradually shifted from individuals receiving social protection services as beneficiaries to individuals in their own rights as human beings, as people who have a social contract with the government, with the state, and who therefore are not just beneficiaries or people whose rights can be taken away, but who deserve to be supported because they have a social contract with the state. So I thought I should really highlight that. Now, we want to move on and talk to you about what we think has worked well for us. And we are highlighting four main successes. One, and I've already hinted to some of this, one is that we've been able to grow trust among different stakeholders. And we think trust is really important in evidence uptake. Because if someone doesn't trust what you bring to the table, or if they come to a discussion and they think that you will not value their contribution, then they're more likely not to come to the table at all in any case. And if they don't trust that you will take action on the concerns that they have, then they might not find interest in continuing with the relationship. So we think it's important to build trust between stakeholders. And when you do that, you are able to create a certain thirst for evidence. Particularly, we've seen this particularly among senior government officials. A good example from our case, again, is our Social Protection House, where the Parliamentary Committee on Labor and Social Protection has actually tapped into the House as its source of evidence. So every time they need to push or move forward bills or policies, they run to the House and request for the most up-to-date evidence on the issue they're tackling. And in this way, you can see that a certain level of trust has been created, and the House, half of it is almost made up of civil society and community members. A second important win I think we have seen is that when you work to improve or create better engagements among different actors, through using communities of practice, then you're able to enhance the voices of evidence in those houses. So, for instance, in our urban governance house in Kigali, the government came up and said, we need to be able to make sure that the very poor in urban settlements in Kigali actually have their voices coming to bear in discussions in the house. And you can see that that's opens up a space for improving the kind of engagements between the different actors. Government seeing community members as partners, and partners seeing government as those in power to help improve their living conditions. A third important win that we have seen through Tafiti Sera is the work we did last year in 2019 in bringing together multiple stakeholders, different groups of individuals and organizations that are actually working to define an African-led evidence-informed policy-making agenda in the continent. For us, this was a major success because for the first time, different organizations found a space where they could showcase important lessons, important challenges that they are facing, and to talk to each other on how to overcome those challenges. And that for us was a major success, not just for PASGA, but for partners and for a desire for an African-led evidence-informed policy-making in the continent. Governance house in Nairobi, where we've moved from a very complex land issue where government is doing relocations or moving people for development to a situation where we are now able to engage the late government entities in a way that the relationships are much more easy and smooth.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. You're right. So we have, for example, one of the major roads being built in Mombasa, from Mombasa to Mariakani. And that road has been suggested as a potential
Jemima, can we whip people back? I can't see Tom, but I suppose we can proceed. Hello once more. We want to move on now and teach the Accra community a little bit of Swahili. I've eaten enough of jollof rice, and I can confirm that the Ghanaian jollof rice, I want to open this conversation, is in between the Nigerian jollof rice and the Senegalese jollof rice. Just don't stone me, please. It's in between there. So whatever you do with that information is up to you. My name is Martin Atela and I work for PASGA based in Nairobi. My role is to take you through the idea and concept of Utafiti Sera. I know you've been wondering, what is this Utafiti Sera that these East Africans are trying to help us understand? And the objective really is to build on to what Tom was saying, that we want to walk this journey with you throughout the process. So we don't want it to be a one-off thing in which we come, we collect data, we analyze, then we come back to you and say, hey, this is what this data is saying. We want to walk the process with you. And the idea behind Utafiti Sera is exactly that, to create communities of practice that can support evidence use and uptake, but not just evidence use and uptake. The generation of the evidence. So I talked about co-creation when I spoke in the morning. I talked about co-production of evidence. And, you know, this is not, you know, just theory. It's proven that when you have people at the center of the thinking, when you have people driving conversations and decisions and contributing to decisions that affect their lives, they're more likely to partake of the process and the outcomes than when those are imposed on them. Move on, please. So I want to just provide a background. Oh, sorry. Yes. So the idea behind Utafiti Sera really is to try and address a key challenge that we face globally and continentally as well. And this is about linking the excellent research that takes place in the continent to policy and programming. And I have highlighted a couple of things, a couple of challenges that face the use of evidence. Let me use that term. One is that research generally tends to be competing with many other factors in the policy process. So research is not the only thing that is trying to find a space within the policy and programming. And therefore, I've called that the general climate for research use normally is not very friendly. Okay, so there are other interests, political, individual, personal interest. There are also institutional interests, right? Some of you work in government, you often have to make tough decisions that go over and above the evidence that is before you. All right. So what is it that informs the government of Ghana's decision to construct, for instance, additional health facilities in a given district and not the other? The party in power becomes important. How influential the politician from the area is, you know, maybe it's a donor interest. They come and say, we want to work in this district and this is where we want to invest our money. The other thing that the other challenge that faces the use of research and evidence, in policy processes, is that oftentimes the evidence that is produced is not very relevant. And when we talk about relevance of the evidence, a lot of things constitute to what makes the research evidence relevant. First, the robustness of the methods that have been used. Are they reliable? Are they replicable? Can they be verified? Okay. Secondly, are they context specific? So it's very easy for me to fly from Kenya, come and do research here, analyze it with my own training and professionalism, but without understanding the contextual issues in Ghana, the evidence I'll put on the table might not be as useful. So production becomes important. The third thing is that research evidence isn't easy to use. And it is not easy to use because researchers understand the evidence, they write it, they understand the technicalities of it, but the everyday person doesn't understand that research. Even the policymaker might not be able to understand that research. And number four, and the final one, is that many proven interventions, be they cheap or cost effective, remain inaccessible. So you might know, you might have a really cost-effective or a really proven way of tackling youth aspirations or the challenges as to why youth are not being employed in Ghana in a particular sector. But if you don't make that evidence accessible to the rest, it then becomes very difficult to use. So this is the challenge that Utafiti Sera is trying to respond to, and I've called it a no-do gap. Okay, so there's a chunk of evidence and the people who know about it, and then there are the people who are in charge of doing who are not aware of that evidence, or they cannot access it, or even if they can't access it, they don't have the capacity to use it. Now, Utafiti Sera, as I said in the beginning, is a Swahili word which stands for research for policy. Utafiti is research and Sera is policy. And the idea behind this is to be able to create communities of practice that support evidence to policy uptake. And the theory behind this is that when you put together communities of practice or communities of interest, people of different backgrounds, you're more likely to arrive at a consensus about the use of evidence. You're more likely to increase the use of that evidence rather than when there are gaps between community members, between government, between researchers, and between development partners. And therefore, Utafiti Sera is centered on building and strengthening those communities, and they are specifically targeting specific policy issues in order that the evidence can then inform policy discussions and engagement. And a final thinking around Utafiti Sera is that by bringing to the table robust pieces of evidence, you are then ensuring and enhancing the possibility that the policy outcomes that come out of using evidence are better as compared to the counterfactual, which is policies and programs developed without the use of evidence. So the statistics that the previous presenter put across the table here are important in decision making. How does it work? It provides a process, and that process really is a sequence of activities that enables the building of a community of interest. So as we've gathered here today, the hope is that as we walk this journey, there are going to be sequential activities along the way that enables us to communicate, to engage, to refer back to our evidence and to assess it and to see whether it is still fit for purpose. Secondly, it provides a place. And I like using the term a safe space. By a safe space, I mean the fact that a government minister can come here, he or she can listen to community members about the challenges of the community members. The community members have different interests and abilities to deal with their problems, but government also has a different stake and ability to deal with those problems. And of course, the researchers are at the center of the conversation because they hold the piece of evidence that is supposed to drive action. Utafiti Sera also provides a forum. So I look at this as a very non-partisan way of looking at evidence. That is debatable because evidence in itself is never usually non-partisan. It's never usually unsubjective, if I can use that word, okay? And what we try to do within an Utafiti Sera house, the concept of house here, is that the different pieces of evidence that come in are all valid. The conversation has to be driven and take into consideration those pieces of evidence. And finally, Utafiti Sera provides then a pathway for creating shared knowledge and experiences, which then end up enhancing our uptake. I've talked about those objectives, so I'll jump them up. But as we move into our group work, I hope Tom is around to drive the group work. Jemima, if Tom is not around, ask him to come back. As we move into our group works, our objective is to be able to start thinking of ourselves as a vibrant community of practice that will drive the African youth aspirations research here in Ghana. Okay, so we'll have to have a conversation about who is not in the room, who should be in this room. How do you want to communicate? How do you want to hear about the progress of this research? And that way, how do we then engage with high-level policymakers, such as the director of youth who just left? This is sort of a pathway to impact, and it really explains the concept of an Utafiti Sera house that I was referring to. The first drawing there, as you may see, looks like a house. It's made up of different stakeholders, different actors. And again, the emphasis here is that each of these actors are important in the process. Nobody is more important than the other. The politician gets elected by the mwananchi or the common man, okay? So you have to listen to the common man as you listen to the politician. And by bringing those people together, you then map and synthesize evidence. We start from a point of view that there is already a lot of evidence there. It just needs to be synthesized, mapped and synthesized. And that's exactly what Doc here did in the morning by reviewing the literature and providing for us that literature in a synthesized format. When we do that, we then move on to package that evidence in formats that can be understood by a variety of actors. So we must ask ourselves, how do Ghanaian youth want to be communicated with? Is it just big research reports, or is it particular radio stations which they tune into and pay attention to? Or are they more present in social media? Okay, how do we tweet to them? In part of this work that we do in Nigeria, we've learned the significance of pidgin English as a mode of communication. So if I come and insist on my mode of communication, which is English and the British English for that matter, you might not be able to reach your target audience. So packaging the research evidence and communicating it through proper channels become an important way of driving the evidence across the board. I can't remember who talked about policy champions, but I'm glad that the deputy minister joined us. Oftentimes you realize that these people open for us spaces that we often would not be able to access. And therefore the use of policy champions, or what we may call policy influencers, might be a route that we might consider for the house. And I challenge Tom and team to think about that process. Then we hope that we can then influence outcomes by, emerging with new policies where possible, or influencing national debate. Who is a youth in Ghana? Can we think about a youth in Ghana differently? What are the attitudes and challenges that they face in dealing with seeking employment? How can we design our programs better to inform new policies? Now, in the doing, I've just picked this write-up that we did on Utafiti Sera. And so the idea behind all these processes is so that we can be able to deal with what we call in the policy circles or in political science, policy messiness. And policies are messy. The processes of arriving at a policy can be very messy. And, calling you here and wanting to work with you through this process is really about working together to constitute non-linear relationships that take into consideration the interests of the community, relationship that takes into consideration government priorities, relationships that take into consideration the challenges that researchers face in generating evidence. And all that put together helps us to address what we call policy messiness. So at the center of that is co-creation. I've spoken about that. The character and the quality of evidence, I've spoken about that. Community of interest, which is the anchorage, the Utafiti Sera House, I've spoken about that. And then together, that helps us to catalyze the change that we need to see. So certain key nodes that we have to pay attention to as we start this journey together is that we will be creating or working with institutions. So we are not working in an empty field. There are institutions in place that are already dealing with youth issues. Our house provides then a platform to engage with those institutions, which is in a way both a confluence as well as an opportunity for influence. I wish the minister stayed a little bit longer, but Ghana, you're very unique because the minister was there ahead of all of us. In my country, the ministers come the last. But in Ghana, I think you've completely flipped it. And it's something I'm taking home very proud of, that the politicians can come and wait for you rather than you waiting for them. You are indeed trailblazers, Ghanaians. So the space is important. It's what we call the house. It's a forum, it's a place, it's a vehicle. Institutions are key because they provide the needed mandates, they have the obligations, and the kind of practice that they develop along the way. In terms of influence, we provide pathways. We define what is the target level and the kind of transformation or the change we want to see. And in terms of confluence, it's about the issues, the context, the beliefs, and the interests. It's very easy to say that youth are lazy. Yeah. In fact, for me, it's a very lazy statement in itself. Yeah. And it's very easy to say youth, if there are many and there are no jobs for them, they are more likely to go into violence. But look around you. Is that the case? I think the evidence points a very different direction. Our youth are working hard. They're trying to find spaces to improve themselves. What they see, their aspirations, what they see as the future of employment, as dignified work, might not be what government politicians or the last generation thinks as dignified work, right? For a youth in this country or elsewhere in parts of this continent, 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock job might not be the ideal dignified work for them. They might want to do a little bit of farming here, a little bit of a gig in the evening, right? And a little bit of online writing when they have the space. So we have to listen to that kind of conversation and come up with ideas and policies that addresses that, rather than just blanketly putting it and say, oh, this youth are lazy. Indeed, I think in most of Europe and the Americas, most students have, they serve as waitresses and bartenders in the evening as a way of raising money for their education and upkeep. And that is something that they put on their CVs. In this part of the world, I don't know about Ghana, but let me speak for Kenya because I'm a Kenyan. It's hardly that anyone would put that they were a bartender or a waitress in a bar as part of their job in the university. In fact, they're looked and perceived very differently. There are connotations about your character if you're a young girl making your living serving clients in the pub in the evening. Yet elsewhere in the world, people are making money out of it. Okay, in our part of the world, we push our children to go to school, the formal education as we have been told. In other parts of the world, if your parent sees that you're good in football or sports, that's the direction you're pushed into. So let's think about this more critically and avoid any assumptions that would push our youth to the periphery. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin, my very good friend and brother. Please, are there any questions? Yeah, so we take some questions.
Hello, Doc. Thank you so much for the presentation. Mine is not a question, but I want to throw a little bit of emphasis on what you said when you just about closing. The point is that the youth in Africa or all over the world, people do not want to see themselves, working 8 to 5. And as you rightly alluded, people would want to work perhaps in hourly fashion. And I keep asking myself this question, that you finish school with somebody, and if the person has a political link, the person gets a job over you. He gets, let's say, into GMPC, and he starts earning 6,900 cedis. I don't know, I would have loved to do the conversion in dollars for you to see. And then, yes, about $1,100. And some gets none. There's no equity. And I think that policy should look at, why can't there be, for instance, in the manufacturing sector, why can't there be hourly jobs for people to do? In fact, in the US, recently they raised the minimum wage to, is it $15? $15. In Ghana, it's around, is it 10? Thereabout. But what we want to say is that even in the university, if people really would be given the opportunity that every hour I'm going to earn 10 cedis, people would go into that job because people would want to survive. And so I asked myself the question, why can't we, in the manufacturing sector, in the other sectors, continue to do hourly jobs for the youth? I would be willing to do so if I know that I'm going to get 10 cedis and I'm okay with it, and I can do something with 10 cedis. I can work for 4 hours, I can work for 2 hours, I can work for 3. There are some at the undergraduate level who do the same. And so we have to look at it. And even at the job sector, people need to want to work in hours, hourly fashion, 2 hours, 3 hours. If I can work 4 hours and go and teach somewhere 2 hours and I earn income, I think it is going to throw up more jobs for the youth. But some earn so much and another person earns none at all. Meanwhile, you have the same qualification. And I have been in this I have a master's in petroleum. I had to move into academia because of that. You have that competition where your friends had to, because of a link with a political party. And so when sometimes the politicians are speaking, I find it a bit worrying. As I speak to you now, where I live, they are even collecting names to a particular party so then people can get job to do. Why should it be so? Why should the youth be judged based on your affiliation with one party or the other? And why can't policy look at we working hourly to the extent that everybody can get something to do? If that really is pushed hard, I think that we are going to help a lot of people gainfully employed. It is not only about we saying we want the situation where we want to go into Tibet and other things. Sometimes, even when you get in there, I started a company with my friends, and along the line, one is in politics now, one is in the private sector now, and I'm in school. And GRE will be chasing you for taxes. So we had to suspend it for some time. And so it is not as simplistic as we see the situation, but there are certain things we can look at. Hourly job, we can push for it, especially in the manufacturing sector, especially in the restaurants and other sectors. We can push for this, and this will throw up a lot of jobs. If I'm paid hourly for 12 Ghana cedis, and I think I can do so and get 36 cedis, at least it's better than none. Equity is also important.
Excellent. I think excellently put. I don't need to add anything to that. Is there any other quick reactions? We'll take that one.
Thank you very much. With some of the issues raised and with your last submission, I see that most of the jobs that are supposed to be transitional jobs have now become jobs that people retire on. So you go to the bank and you see someone who is 55, 50, 60, who is a bank teller. But elsewhere in other jurisdictions, people use such jobs to gather some few coins and move on to higher education or build up a career that they want to. You go to a restaurant and you need somebody to really serve you quickly, and you find a 40-year-old man, 40-year-old woman coming to serve you. Meanwhile, there is a senior high school graduate or a college graduate who is quick, very fast, can be able to move well, but not being employed. So it is about our inability to retire those who are not supposed to retire on transitional jobs and keeping them there for other people to be at the peripheral or at the door knocking so much to get into that space. The next also has to do with people altering their retirement age. You know very well that people reduce their age. Maximum they can go is 5 years. That 5 years, about 2 streams of university graduates are out, waiting to enter. Meanwhile, this same person has reduced his or her age and still staying onto the job. That is also creating a backlog of people. Not that the jobs are not there, but there are people there who are being dishonest on the job, so their age is just not giving them up. Doc, about your research, I want to find out that when the findings are out, the recommendations are out, indeed, we want to use it as an anchor for government to build policies on. Are you just going to give it to government for them to alter their policies, or the organization itself is also going onto the field to do advocacy and engagement? Because sometimes we just need attitudinal change and some few soft skills trainings just to change the mindset of the people so they will be able to be gainfully employed. So are you just leaving it there, or you also going there to also implement part of your recommendations and findings? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we take 2 more, then we do the quick group work. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. So I was like looking at it and asking myself again, practically, how can us, you see, fit into this? I mean, looking at the projects, the research project we're going to do, are there some links like when we finish this research, this is a timeline, we'll finish a phase. This is how we're going to use this approach to bring this team to discuss the first finding. This is how we're going to bring this. So I'm looking at practically, what is the way forward for us working through these, these quadrants in a way that this team will be anticipating that by this time we're going to receive this, by this time, this is how we react and all that. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a final one here. Okay, thanks, Doc.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a contribution in relation to the previous 2 statements. I think it's very true that in terms of creating the necessary space for young people to get employment has been taken over by politicians. But I want to use myself as an example. I think one of the most important things for young people also has to do with the change of mindset. During the COVID, I happened to visit my village. Then there was a lockdown, so I couldn't come to Accra. I was very bored and didn't know what to do. So I took to farming, took pictures of farming, placed it on social media. I had 2 groups of people. One of them were very excited about what I was doing. Another group of people who were in the majority were making mockery of me. How can a master's holder move into the village to farm? It was a major problem. Now, even in the village, where we have a lot of young people in the village, they are not even ready to farm. They are looking out for white-collar jobs in the bigger cities. Yeah. So those of us in Accra, while we are chasing white-collar jobs with qualifications, people in the village who do not have those qualifications are also equally looking out for those opportunities while they don't have those kind of qualifications. So I think a change of mindset is very important. After school, after I finished my first degree, have been looking forward to get into formal work. But if you're not politically connected, you will never get there. But while even in school in Legon, I was a student leader. I did a lot of politics, but still I was squeezed out of the job space. So I told myself, I'm not ready to be in formal work, to go to the office from 8 o'clock to 5 p.m. So I started identifying things I could do. So in a week, I could go somewhere to work for somebody for 2 hours, I'm done. 3 hours for somebody, I'm done. Fridays, I go to my village. This Friday, I'm going to my village to go and harvest my cassava. And I'm benefiting. I'm able to plan my time. I'm able to plan my day. So the change of mindset is very, very, very important. And I think if you're able to go this way, we would be able to get a lot of people who are not actively engaged to get into formal work. And formal work should not only be seen as putting on a tie and going to work. You can make an informal work to be formal for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. I mean, it deserves a clap. I don't want to, Tom, I don't want to make fun of your countrymen. He asked an important question, which is, are we just targeting government only, or will we use the evidence for advocacy and many other things, including skills development? I'd request you to respond to that question. The question that they asked is going to be in our short group work, which is to look around the table to ask, are there key stakeholders that are not in this place today that we need to reach out to? Number 1, so we are completing the mapping process. Number 2 is, how do we engage with you and those who are out there in order to co-create, co-build, and move with this train together? Okay, so we are completing the mapping process, and then we are also identifying the best engagement mechanisms. Do you want us to build in interval engagement along the way as the research proceeds? Do we form a WhatsApp platform? I'm just thinking, So you as Ghanaians know better how you want to engage. So Tom, you respond to that, then you break us into 3 groups. We complete a mapping exercise. Who is not in the room that should be here? It can be an institution, it can be an individual, it can be an organization, or it can be a youth group somewhere. And then how best do we engage going forward as a house? How do you want to hear from us? How do you want us to carry you along in the process? Yes, what do you want to use with your evidence? Just your government alone or wider things?
Okay, so definitely not government alone, because the development space is characterized by different actors: the NGOs, the media, the civil society, and the religious groups, the community associations. So definitely we want to work with all the actors to make sure that our findings are taken by all the different actors in the space that we are working in. So that's why this meeting has been convened. Is there any actor that we are missing that we need to make sure that we get a person on board? Is there any development organization or unit that we haven't considered? I mean, looking at the participants here, is there somebody we need to bring along? Maybe the chiefs and all the other people, perhaps, I don't know, but that is what we want to hear from you. So definitely, and we want the findings and the lessons from the project to feed into all the actors that we will identify, the work they do. So when you go to the community level, the development organizations that are working there, we would want, because they are part of the process, we want some kind of ownership of this work, so that the findings is not my findings, but everybody gathered here, their findings to work with. Does that? PASGA is more of the organization hosting this work, but there is a Ghanaian team working with them. And the Ghanaian team, I am leading the Ghanaian team actually. So PASGA will not directly be in the community to implement an advocacy or an action plan emerging from this work, but the Ghana team will definitely work with the different actors that are of importance. I am not an implementer. My work is a researcher. I don't want to assume it's not something I do. I can do advocacy, but I'm not the best person to do advocacy. So I would rather prefer the best person who is advocacy to do the advocacy, rather than assume that position. I am a researcher. Okay. And I wanted to make a little comment to the first comment you had, which was the issue with yeah. So there is this article that some colleagues of mine in IDS wrote, and they said that, you know, they were challenging my thinking very much, and they said that the youth unemployment, we shouldn't call it youth unemployment crisis, but it's actually what they call a missing job crisis for everyone. They are saying that everybody needs job, whether you are youth or not. So their argument was that it's not just about youth specific or trying to, as in exclusively target the youth. It's important, or, you know, kind of making avenues for you to access job, like what you were saying, that, you know, a 45-year-old doing waitering, maybe get her out, get a 15-year-old who is more vibrant and energetic, but doesn't mean that the 45-year-old doesn't need job. So what they were arguing is that rather than saying that youth specific, let's rather look at how we can change the structure of the African's economy so that jobs can be available for everybody, rather than, but I agree that, you know, those who change their retire, if you are retired, you are retired, you have to leave the scene. But for the 45-year-old woman, perhaps she is the breadwinner of the family. So if we dislocate her, we are dislocating the whole livelihood of a family. So is the structure of the economy that needs to change to make sure that jobs are available for every individual, whether you are a youth, whether you are female or male. Right. Okay. So this is what we want to do. We want to divide ourselves into 3 groups. We will have group 1 here. We will have group 2 here. And we will have group 3 here. So we would have to so it means that we have how many? 1, 2, each day we have 1 group. Okay. Okay. So what we want to do is each table is a group. So this is group 1. It's unfortunate some are very small. We have only 3, but I think we can make shifts where there is 5. One person can join another table. So group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, 5, and 6. So we'll have 6 groups. And the question that we have is for discussion is that, and after that, there will be somebody to, present to us. The question we have is, we want to map all the stakeholders. I mean, the research that we have, African young men and women's aspirations and resilience. Is there any actor who is not in this room that we need to make sure that we consider, particularly for engaging them? Ideally, they should have been here. If they are not here, who are those actors? And then the other part is that what are the best mechanisms for engaging all of us, all the actors, when we have brought those who are missing in? How best can we engage in terms of the research, right from the beginning to the uptake of the findings? Is that clear? So these are the 2 things we want to maybe we want to take some. Sorry. Those that are here. We did the registration, so we just cancel it out. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We did the registration, so we have a list of those who are here. But if you, we can cross. Yeah. So we have 10 minutes. So we have 10 minutes to quickly do this. Yeah, so this is one group, that's another group, that's another group, another group, another group, another group. Yeah, so 10 minutes. One is which stakeholders are missing and how best can we engage these stakeholders? Okay. Yes. The participants online, sorry, we haven't forgotten you. So if there is any, I'm sure you might have heard a question that, is there any stakeholder that we are missing that we need to consider? If you have any suggestion, please type them. Some of them may be here or not. You can still type them in the chats and we will pick the chats as part of our notes. And how best can we engage these stakeholders in our research process and the uptake of the findings and the lessons from it? Thank you. So we have 10 minutes to quickly get through this. Thank you. Okay, so if we are done, then we can go for lunch. Then when we come back, each group will feedback all of us. Unless you need some few more time to wrap what you are doing up. But so we will go for lunch. We want to reconvene at 1:50. We want to reconvene here at 1:50 to continue. Thank you. So we can go for lunch now, please.
Can we settle in? Can we settle in? I'm trying to ensure you beat the Accra traffic. Yes. Okay. As we wait for our host, Tom, to come back, I think I will pass the mic round so that the groups can begin fading. I'm waiting for the team at the corner to settle in. We will leave you here with your Accra traffic if you continue that way. Thank you. Okay. Apai, the team online, welcome back. The virtual colleagues who are online, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your meal wherever you are. We ate your share of the jollof rice, so bear with us. Apai, you'll help me pass around the mic so that the groups can select one person on the table to share. 3 top organization only, 3 top and 3 top engagement mechanisms, just 3. Yes, not everything, but feel free to tell us the story about how the conversation went around in the table.
So if you're ready, just put up your hand. I'm not ready.
Order, order, order in the house, order. Yes, we will call. I wish I knew the districts or the sections in Accra. I would have.
Right.
Yes.
Are we good to go?
Yes, good to go.
Okay,
Thank you.
So for group.
Turn the mic on.
Yeah. So for group 1, we. It's on. Okay, sure. So, for us, our top 3 will be Ghana Employers Association and disability groups and academia.
So can you be a bit specific about academia?
So now,
or even the groups? If we get a name, the better.
So we have the Disability Federation.
Disability Federation.
Yes, in Ghana. Then we have the academia. We are looking at the universities.
Okay.
We can have a representation of the.
Any particular university which is known for youth research, youth focus?
All of them may have some aspect, but we can use University of Ghana as a rep on the stakeholder engagement.
Great. Apai, bring the mic here. We will come back to you on the mechanisms. So thank you so much. Fantastic.
University of Ghana rounds. Are you done?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. 3. Out of the stakeholders.
Yes, 3.
Wow. Okay, then we'll take the Council for Technical and Vocational Education Training.
Mm-hmm.
So, CODVET, yeah, CTVET. We'll prioritize National Union of Ghana Students.
Important, absolutely important. Yeah.
And then Ghana Enterprise Agency. They have a lot of initiatives which is geared towards employment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay, so for us, we would want to look at the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development because of, the various agencies and the various offices they work with. We'd also want to consider MOFA, that's the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, because a lot of young people are employed in that space. And maybe the third, maybe the Ministry of Inner Cities and Zongo Development.
Okay.
Yes.
That table, are you representing government? Are you speaking for government?
No,
Are you coming from families that work in government? I'm very suspicious.
You see, we actually segmented it. We have government agencies, organizations, as well as industries.
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, I'm kidding. Thank you so much. Excellent job there. Yeah, next table. Thank you.
Okay, so so most of them have been mentioned. So the ones that have not been mentioned, we would say, okay.
Order, let her just speak. Most of them have been mentioned, so just give her a chance.
Yes.
You'll have your day.
So we would say the chiefs, they fall under, we group them under the local governments. So that's the chiefs. Then we have influencers, mostly the musicians and the bloggers. Yes, that's one. So that's two. Then, which one? Okay, then security services.
Security services.
Yeah. So,
And security services, any in particular?
basically prisons.
Why do you want to send the youth to prisons?
No, not the prisons, like they're already in it. We are talking about the services as in the military, the police, because recently they are doing recruitment.
Yes.
Yes. So we thought of bringing them on board.
I love that thinking. You want Ghana to be safe.
Yes.
I get it. The online team, get ready. I'll come to you if one or two of you will want to speak. I'll come to you. Get ready. Next. Yeah, carry on. Top three.
Okay, so what we came up with that, the top three missing stakeholders or actors, we came up with that we need to engage NGOs that deal directly with young people in the communities. And some examples that we came up with, we have Curious Minds. Curious Minds mostly deal with youth-related issues. We also have Ghana Think Tank. Ghana Think. It's also a youth-based CSO. Then if we should go into a typical Ghanaian community, we also sometimes have NGOs that are based in this community. So we came up with the name of one, though there are several others, but we limited it to one. There's one we came up with called Abutiavi Community Youth Organization. They deal directly with young people by providing agricultural opportunities for them. So our first point is NGOs that deal directly with young people. The second one is the Ghana Federation for Disability. And we came up with this suggestion because we think that already people who are disabled are not only marginalized, but they are most often ignored. Within the disability front, we also have young and active people. And our laws over the years, our activities and policies have also not included them. Therefore, we think that if we want to do something that is more representative and more balanced, we need these people as also to be part of us. Okay. Then the last one, we also identified traditional authorities, where in Ghana, the structure has been, it's well in place. We have the National House of Chiefs, we have the Regional House of Chiefs, and even in the various towns, we have paramount chiefs who have subdivisional chiefs. We think that chieftaincy or our chieftain institution is a custodian of culture, values, and traditional norms. And that if there's the need to even reorient the mindset of young people, we need to start a discussion from some outmoded cultural practices that we can have that engagement with chiefs, they can understand, and then can also help us to implement a win-win youthful policies. So these are some of our top three. Now, engagement mechanisms.
We'll come to that. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks very much. And Ghanaians in the room, please don't say it's me who said it, that the youth want to be chiefs. You've just had it yourself, right? It's not me, but they want to be chiefs. Next group, thank you.
Okay, so this is group 6. Our stakeholders, the prime stakeholders that we looked at based on socialization are the parents, the mother, the father, And in any case, the mother as a tool, in quote, for social change. If the mother is well-oriented because of the proximity of the mother and baby, closeness, the bond, the mother and the father are key. The next is the United Nations. And as you know now, every country is feeding into the SDGs, means that they are setting policy agenda, they are setting social intervention agenda for the whole world. So most countries are in one way or the other aligning their tailor-made or local policies to the SDGs. The next that we have is the creative arts and tourism industry sector, where there are a lot of role models that the youth are emulating. So if you have a well-refined role model, either in the music, whether in the fashion.
Do you have a name? That would be really great.
A name?
Yes.
For most of these ones. For the music, we will go for one Stone Boy. Shatawale is just saying. We don't want rowdy role model. So yes, the Amachi Dedes and then the rest of them. Daddy Lumba, these are people who have created a niche for themselves in the creative arts industry. They are making money and they're also building on it.
Thank you.
One person is saying that Ochiame Kwame is a very fantastic role model that we are pushing. So thank you. Daddy
Thank
Lumba.
you. Thank you very much. Online, anyone online wants to input into this? If you unmute yourself, if you're online, I'll be able to see you and call you out. Oh, carry on. Carry on. Sorry about that. Carry on.
Because I'm sitting alone. I have no partner. My name is Reverend Dr. Danaya Prempe. I was the first to be here this morning. Nobody was here yet, besides Jemima and Chifa. But I had another engagement, so I had to go. I think you're talking about how to reach out to the youth and influence for change. I think there are people who call themselves socialpreneurs, people on the social media front who are influencing others through fashion, through lifestyle education. Well, somebody mentioned the bloggers, which I heard. Social media is the way to change now. Social media is the way to change. If you don't go through social media, I don't know how you can reach to the youth. They live there, they breathe there, they sleep there, they eat there. So social media is the place to reach the youth, whether they are rich or poor. I would also approach the sports ministry, the Ministry for Youth and Sports, or the sports academies. You will see both young men, young women there trying to build their lives through sports and live through sports. So the Ministry of Youth and Sports or the sports academies, Ministry of Education or Ghana Education Service, you will reach youth who are going through education. Right now, Ghana has free education. So people who cannot even afford to go to school, they are there. So it's a place where you can reach the youth or Ghana Education Service. And also gender advocates. I am the President General for Women in Leadership International. It's a global organization for women. We advocate for women and children, both boys and girls, adopting the boys in the prisons and things. So the advocacy.
Yeah, Tom, I think you have a champion there already. Yeah.
Yeah, the advocacy groups for women and children, they have the passion. And for you to do this work, some of the work, you don't get paid for it, but passion will drive you to do it. And because the women have passion to see the children change, the generation change, we can do it with a heart without looking for reward. So if you want to really get change, among the youth. Don't overlook the mothers who have come together, the women who bring change. So Women in Leadership International, I'm the founder and the president general. We are in several countries. We started in the United States. In Ghana, we have over 280 women. So we can be able to bring the mechanism that you'll be talking about into place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Excellent input. Online, anyone online wants to jump in? If you unmute, I'll be able to know you've unmuted. Going one, or you forever keep your peace. Okay, Apai, let the microphone go round again. We're taking 2 points on mechanisms for engagement really quickly because we are running out of time.
Yeah, so we are starting from here so that you won't have anything to say at the back there. So the mechanism for engagement, we believe that theater is the mirror of society. So anything that we want society to become, we want to use drama and theater within the arts industry and music. Then also the next thing, when we want to engage the government, the only thing governments do understand and listen to and work with is demonstration and strike. When you are able to get it that way, you get their ears and then you input whatever message that you have for them. How many do you need, please?
That's enough.
That's
this is a very radical group of youth. Apai, please, let the microphone move, but fantastic.
Okay. So we tried to link some of our engagement mechanism to the relevant missing stakeholders. So we did talk about traditional authorities in Ghana. Now we looked at an issue, a situation where in some parts of Ghana, some jobs or some roles are gender-based. So we looked at some part of northern Ghana, and something like share nut or share butter. There are a lot of share trees in the northern Ghana, but that type of job is normally seen to be something that is reserved for women. So women go for share picking, they do the preparation. In terms of the value chain is occupied by women. So a lot of young active men who could participate in that kind of vocation don't take interest, but rather they're looking for a job. So therefore, we think there's also the need for cultural reorientation and revision of some customs. Therefore, one of the engagement mechanisms is to engage the chiefs at the local level so they can provide the necessary platform for people to understand that some type of jobs are not only reserved for a particular gender group. With this, we think that jobs at the local level will be appreciated and people can partake in. So that is one. Then again, we think that there's a need to also use community dissemination centers. When you travel across Ghana, in most of the villages, they have community dissemination centers where there are speakers or a public address system where people go to, they try their best to translate all this big grammar over here into the local dialogue of the people. So we think that for policies to resonate with the people, for the people to own them, it is important that they understand it in their own local language so that they can own it and that the policy, when implemented, will be effective. So these are the two engagement mechanisms would suggest to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom, you already have that already. Your focus groups and discussions, you have already a center there to get in-depth voices of the youth heard. Community dialogue centers.
It's been mentioned, it's 4, like
you just give us.
Oh, please, we do. We
Just
have
give us.
social media, we have community engagement. That's consultative meetings,
Yes.
articles and reports, media houses.
Thank you.
So
thank you. Fantastic. Yes, we go back. No, Apai, we go first to the government desk, then we come back to
then we'll make sure we'll not approve this policy. Okay, so so for us, we also talked about informal meetings and discussions. Instead of having like formal meetings, we would have like say under 3 meetings, group meetings, PITO joint meetings and stuff like that. So that, yes, these are very, very important areas you can fish for information and also get information. So this is one. And then we also talked about social media, it's been said. So we also would want to look at presentation of briefs and flyers. So the briefs, depending on the stakeholders would engage. At the ministry level, the briefs may be appropriate. For the flyers, it can work in the communities and other areas. Just some pictorial pictures to talk about what we are discussing, and then the information will fly.
Photography. Tom, I think you remember the conversation about, I can't remember what is the name of that method, but photography. Yeah.
Right. So I think most of our points have been said, they've just been rephrased. So we will look at Google Forms for soliciting information online. And then we also look at community networking events or festivals. So maybe at festivals, there could be slots where there will be face-to-face engagement with the youth and, something of the sort to get information from them. Right.
Thank you very much. Last but not least.
It appears the people have copied our work, so we'll manage it. We have social media. Under social media, we have WhatsApp group for community of practice, people with the same agenda.
Yes.
And Facebook, can create a Facebook community to champion. And then we have electronic mails. Under electronic mails, we have electronic mails. And then we have the third one is events, forums, webinar, and then podcast.
Great. Thank you very much. That's really good feedback. It shows that people actually enjoyed their lunch. Tom, are you ready? Yes, over to you. Thank you very much. Mary, are you ready? Are you online?
Yes, I'm here, Martin.
Over to you. Thank you very much. How long do you need?
The schedule says 15 minutes, so I'll try and comply.
Okay. Can you comply with 10?
I'll try. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas and Ghanaian team. I think I'm the only person presenting to you who has not had a chance to have jollof rice. I don't know what that really is, but if anything happens to this presentation, it's because I haven't had jollof rice. So Thomas, you know what to do next time. My name is Mary Tamari. I am the project gender lead supporting this research project as a gender specialist. And it's a joy to be joining you today as the first country team to have this Inception convening. I'm going to share my presentation. So according to our schedule, Thomas graciously asked me to share on why we need gender lens in policy. And I want us to look at a few things in this very short presentation. I'll go very fast on definitions of gender and gender policies. Then I want us to look at the overview of policies and the continuum in reference to the policies, whether they are gendered or not. And then we'll look also at a very important section that really leads us to the rationale for gendering policy processes, which is looking at the prevailing misconceptions and facts as far as gendering policy is concerned. So what is gender? And quickly, I know in your own practice, in your own work, that is something that really comes and sometimes drawn out around a lot. Gender really means socially assigned characteristics that define being a man or a woman or a girl or a boy. It really has to do with cultural norms or even roles that sets apart men and women and girls and boys. And so what we mean by gender lens is really the act or the awareness or deliberate consideration of gender differences between men and women, girls and boys in policies, in laws, and in programs. And I want to really limit this presentation to in reference to young women and young men. And the other word that is very important in this is gender analysis, which is really a method of analyzing or assessing the differences between or among women, because even women themselves or men themselves are really never an homogeneous group with the same characteristics. So when you go to assess their differences between the boys and girls or men and women, this is what gender analysis is. And that is, the analysis can be done in different contexts, in policy, like what we're referring to today, in programs, and in specific contexts, depending on what it is that you want to assess. So what is engendering policy then? Policy making? It is recognizing that policies are informed by, shaped by, and differentiated by gender. Just in the few presentations that have been done, I had a few things about just the differences of, for example, women experiencing different outcomes of whatever policies and programs there are. And that really comes from recognizing that we are very different socially. It is also integrating gender lens into the policy making process, and I'll be going on to show how that might look and what the aim of a gendered policy might look like. Gendered policy, then what it is? It is a policy in which gender lens is integrated in the process, but also a policy which has some sense of evidence, or in the content of the policy, we can see there are gender considerations. It is like these two pictures I have here. Of one, it's really blurry. I mean, you can't quite see clearly. But the other seemingly, which I would say is the one that is gender specific or sensitive, but you can clearly be able to see or recognize there are differences between men and women. So a very brief overview, and I'm not going to dwell on this. As far as policies are concerned, they really lie in a continuum between gender-blind policies. Those are policies that completely ignore norms or roles or power relations, differences between men and women. And the other end of the continuum is gender transformative policies, which really recognizes that there are differences. But not only that, gender transformative policies try to address the structural causes of gender inequalities. And it includes strategies to change norms, to change harmful practices, even power towards equality. It also fosters progressive ways to change gender power relations. So in this continuum, and I'll be explaining that, the aim is really to get our policies from being gender blind to at least be sensitive, specific, and ultimately transformative policies. So what is our context looking like? And I want to run through this because this is our problem diagnosis. What is the problem? What are the prevailing misconceptions or gaps as far as gendered or gender transformative policies are concerned, or gender blind? One of the most prevailing misconceptions is that says you know what, public policy benefits everyone. And this is especially in regard to government policies or programs. It says it's public, so it's for everyone. And therefore, what happens is that we are not able to see how these policies may impact women and men differently. And the practical needs or even strategic needs or interests of young men and women are really different, but we are not able to see it when we just say, well, it's for everyone. But what we should do is to take into account the impact of gender norms, even on very good policies. There could be very good policies, but if we don't take into account the impact that these policies have on different situations and experiences of women and men, then we are likely not to get positive or good outcomes. And these differences are reflected in how people access resources, for example, even how people experience education or training, even how they choose what to train, and eventually how or where they work, how much they are paid. It really differs. And therefore, that's one of the misconceptions, and gender policy should be able to help highlight. The other one is misconception that says that numbers show gender equality is being achieved. And this is, for example, in my own context, I don't know what it is in Rwanda, that you might see that the entry numbers for girls and boys or for young men and women into training or vocation training is the same. But the truth is that is just a number. It tells one part of the story. We cannot be able to tell the whole story of lived experiences of young men and women by numbers only. And also that gender norms really influence policy outcomes based on even how the women or the men are able to access whatever benefits they have from policy or not. So gender analysis helps us define policy priorities better so that we don't only lean on numbers alone and say this is sufficient. Quickly, again, there is a misconception that inequalities no longer exist. These issues are historical. That's part of my narrative in our countries, and although it's not in all quarters, that there is that misconception. And I see this as a problem of privilege. Sometimes when policy makers sit or stand at the point of privilege, they are not able to clearly see what's happening outside their own social circles. And therefore, there's that perpetuation of the idea that inequalities, it's no longer here, it's historical. And the effect of policies actually can be masked by lack of research evidence or disconnect between researchers and policymakers. When we have a whole good research giving us evidence on what to do, but it can't and is not being accessed by policymakers. And thankfully, we have Utafiti Sera that helps link these two spaces for that purpose. Then the other misconception is that gender and equal cultural norms don't have any substantial effect, you know? Yet, really, the structural gender inequalities are really present. They're still embedded in our society in many ways. And you know what your context says or reflects in this light. And gender policy makers making can actually unmask these inequalities that are within our cultures through research at the issue identification stage of policy making. And as a research like what we are doing is able to do this, or rather to unmask this. Something that is of concern as far as livelihoods are concerned is something like access to or control of land. For example, for young men and young women wanting to do agribusiness. But in our context and in many parts of Africa, access to land is very gendered, for example. A girl is less likely to be able to have a title deed for collateral for credit to do agribusiness. And some men also are not the same. There are men who can access that, others can't. So even within the groups of men, young men, or the groups of young women, people carry different privileges or inequalities or barriers. In that case, lastly, that we hear sometimes that laws to protect the disadvantaged people exist. Let those who are disadvantaged reach out to these laws. Let them exercise their rights. But we should know that actually laws and rights, even if they are very good outcomes of good policies, are accessed within a context of unequal power relations. Not all women, for example, even if they know they have rights to land or matrimonial property rights, not all of them are aware there are differences. Those who are better educated, those who are more aware, have more information, are able to know about these laws and to access them. And even the whole process of enforcing that is gendered. So having laws is really, really not enough. But when we are able to use the gender lens, then we are able to understand even how to enforce it, so that the special challenges of women or men that they face in accessing these rights or benefits of policy can already be known and taken care of. And also this other misconception is related to the same. Resource allocation shows every investment on young people. Sometimes we have the government or programs leaders say, well, we are investing a lot of resources, look, and they actually show money. But when it comes to the real benefits of that differentiated for young men and women, that might show a different picture. So it's not just enough to allocate resource. It's better to be able to look at the differences that might have. For example, a very simple thing like who gets involved in public participation when there's review and validation of public budgets, or when there's validation even of community projects. Who gets to talk? Who gets to give their view? Today, at least in this meeting, both the voices of both men and women were heard, even in the last session of plenary we just heard. But then again, even you as representatives of the policy users or program people are a different category altogether. So there are always intersecting factors that make you voice heard, make your voice heard, even make you to be in a place like we are today to be able to make our voices heard. And these differences are very important to notice. I think this partly might be repetitive, but let me just talk about when policies or programs define groups of people so broadly. For example, you hear of youth group or people living with disability or the poor. And the interventions that are given do not consider that even within these groups of youths or people living with disability or students or refugees, there are differences. So these broad categories are great, but they can blur strategic needs that are gendered within the groups. And we need to be careful about being aware of those differences and bringing them to the fore. Then this is very common. When people, program people, policy makers or lawmakers say, you know what, let's just have an additional section on gender in the briefing notes or in the reports or in the project plan. So long as you put in gender somewhere in there, you're fine to go. You have included gender. But really, gender analysis of what I've just been telling you should be woven throughout the policy cycle. So it's really not a section heading, but a tool for better informed needs and issue analysis and targeting solutions for young men and young women. So an heading is not enough. And talking of policy process, quickly, our aim in engendering policy is twofold. And I want to tell you the first thing. Aim number one should be really to ensure the content of the policy is inclusive, that the views and experiences of young men and women are incorporated at all levels of the cycle. For example, at the agenda identification stage, we want to be able to hear the voices and the views and the experiences of young men and young women included in that issue identification. And thankfully, again, youth aspirations research helps really bring this out for us to hear and to get a hold of what's really happening. What are the youth saying about their own issues, from in their own ways, in their own understanding, what it really means for them. So and that's very important at that stage of issue identification. Number two, we should be asking the second question: are the interests of young men and young women incorporated in prioritization of policy aims during formulation? How do we even know the interests of young men and women? Again, research, good evidence, like what we're doing, helps bring that so that those interests are incorporated in prioritization of issues. The other question is the policy review, ratification, and adoption process inclusive of young men and young women participation? Are we including them? Does the policy implementation strategies consider differentiated, unique, strategic and practical needs of young women? Sometimes solutions or strategies or out of very good policies can be suggested and planned, but the unique needs of women or men, different categories, are not able to access because of some practical needs that they might have. For example, one of the things, a law like requiring employers to give young women more time to be able to nurse their babies when they have children. Even the length of time that a man will need and a woman will need. Of course, we know women need more time and they're given more time by most employers. But even just the whole thing of imagining that a mother, before they have a baby, they have practical needs at that time. And what they're able to produce at that time when they are pregnant and when the women are able to produce is really differentiated. Yet we know very well that something like childbearing is one of the very important economic means, because childbearing actually produces economic resource, which is human resource for the future economies and the present economies. And that's one of the things that, just because we have really never been able to look at the nitty-gritties of the role of reproduction in the economic growth carefully, then we'll not be able to see this well and have good policies that support mothers at that, young mothers at that stage. Lastly, and this is the aim number 2 for engendering, we're trying to ensure equal representation of young women and young men as beneficiaries of the policy. So besides really the process, this aim looks at what's the outcome. What does the outcome of the policy look like? Is there equal representation seen in labor force, for example, what we would call dignified work? What's a representation in decision making, in human development, in livelihood access, and in leadership? And then we're also asking, how is gender reflecting in the policy measures to identify needs? Can we see that the measures actually match the identified needs of young men and women? Does the policy assessment and evaluation include gender differentiated variables, for example, to be able to pick outcomes and impact of that policy on young men and young women? So having looked at these 2 aims, one of the things this project is doing from the word go, to be able to have good evidence for the ultimate goal of having economic growth and social justice for young women and young men, is to begin with the gender research. And what we have done, we have made sure we disaggregate research by gender at an analytical stage, even at sampling stage. We've ensured to integrate gender lens in research, design methodology and tools. And when we collect our data, we'll use gender analytical frameworks to analyze data so that we're able to flesh out these differences properly. In conclusion, really, what I'm trying to say is that when people set out to make policies or strategize on programs for the youth, they mean well. But both of these can really be also an intentional side of gender discrimination and end up perpetuating gender inequality. And we need to have our eyes open or to be aware so that we do not become part of that. All right. The young women and young men we know can and really do play a critical role as economic agents capable of transforming societies and economies, not just themselves. And we know that evidence-driven policies provide the best framework for transformative youth programs. So if we want to have transformative youth programs and policies, engendering is the first core thing we need to do, because gender is what is the most common identification for young people, men and women that we work or we target in Africa. And gendering policy really has both economic efficiency and equity rationale. I want to quote ILO 2014 report on engendering policy that says engendering policy is not only a right thing to do, but also a smart thing to do. Youth aspirations research, for which you are core part as a stakeholder concerned and involved in youth work, is really the beginning point of doing this smart thing. It's such a joy to be part of this smart thing. Thank you very much. Thomas, that's the end of my presentation. I don't know if there is time for questions or reaction about that.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Mary. Because of time, what we would do is that if there are any questions, we would collate them and then send them to you. Then you can respond later on because of time.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we want to go ahead with the next, where is the IT guy? So we want to look at the methodology that we want to employ for this. Yeah, I think the laptop is here. And after that, we will look at another group exercise that
you have it there.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
You were saying that if you can, you just open your laptop and then load it to your phone.
It's on the pen drive actually. So how do we project it? Because he was using this machine to project.
If machine is signed out, so the machine is signed out. So this also the projection is the
You are using this one. I'm sure Okay, so the question we will have for the breakout session again is, the guy is coming, so before we go into the methodology, I wanted us to prepare your mind for the next breakout session. I mean, you've heard of the project, the scope, what we want to research into. So the question for deliberation is, are there any priority areas of research that we need to consider, right? And are there any policy gaps? We've listened to, engendering policy, engendering research. Are there any policy gaps in young men and women's aspirations in Ghana that we need to factor into our scheme of work for this project? So priority research areas, I think someone in the morning mentioned their lives and their livelihoods. He thinks that we didn't really capture that. That is very important. If there are any priority areas of research that you think that, as you are in the field, you are development professional, you are closer to the community, you are closer to the young people that you work with. Is there any priority area for research that we need to consider? And are there any gaps in policy when we talk about young people's aspiration for employment, for livelihood, decent work, all the things that young people aspire to achieve? Okay. So we will go into the methodology, and after that, we will break for that session to go on. Is it ready now? Good. I don't want to bore you much with the background stuff. So we've already you already know our research questions. So these are the questions we are studying. And we didn't want to go over them and all that, but straight to the methodology. The method we want to apply for this research is purely a mixed method approach, where we would collect, analyze both qualitative and quantitative data. So it's a mixed method design or approach. Then for the quantitative aspect, what we intend doing is to carry out a cross-sectional nationally representative survey with both young men and women. And I think in the morning I made it clear that we want to work with young people in the different strata or the different, with different characteristics. So geographically, gender, place of residence, ethnicity. We want to capture the diverse range of young people, based on their where they live, or based on their gender, ethnicity, age, education, and all the attributes that are associated with young people. And in doing this, we are going to use a well-structured questionnaire, which has already been designed. I understand it was shared with some of you earlier on, but I don't know if you've had time to look at it. Okay, so that is for the quantitative. And I think in the morning I mentioned that because we are aiming to do a nationally representative survey, obviously we can't work in the whole of Ghana or talk to all the young people, but definitely a sample that is going to be more representative of the young people. The last census, I mean the 2010 census, the data shows that those whom we call young people, those who range between the ages of 15 to 35, their population was just around 10 million. I haven't checked the current one, whether it's out. But what we were hoping was that we would get a current, because 2010 is a very long time, almost a decade. I'm very confident that the youth population would have grown beyond the 10,000 that we've all been using to work with. So for now, we don't know our sample size because we wanted to get hold of the census that was just, I know they released the provisional results, but I haven't had the data to know. So based on that, if we get the current data, then we'll be able to estimate how many young people are we going to sample for this research. And then you know the geographical spread and the regions and the districts that we are going to work in for the survey. Yes, and for the qualitative approach, we intend using in-depth interviews and focus group discussions. But as someone who is very interested in young people, we also want to do some youth inclusive methods like photo voice. Like there is this methodology that I've used for my work. It's called KILL methodology. It's a very participatory way of collecting data with young people, and it works really well. It's really fun. It works with having this kind of grade. So our central question, for instance, what is your aspirations for the future as a young person? So we will have a grade, and that grade has various statements of the aspirations of young people. If we are interested in the employment dimension, we can have statements of all possible range of employment that are available to young people. And we try to kind of, based on instructions, they arrange the statements in terms of those that they agree with, that they want for themselves, those that they don't agree. I should have brought a sample to show you here, but I don't have it here. But it's a very participatory way of trying to collect data. And it works in such a way that you want to get into the mind of the participant. And if we should divide the mind of the participant, what is in there? What is the person thinking? It's a very interesting and innovative way of collecting data. And then the third method that we want to employ is a desk review of policy documents and reports that some of you have already produced on young people, employment, aspirations, and all the young people's livelihoods and all that. So government reports, I'm glad the minister was here so we can easily get access to some of these documents, those that we can't find online. And the reports that, these youth organizations you've worked with, we would definitely be approaching you for some of the reports that you have or the works you've done on young people to review them. Well, one of our research questions is to look at how the young people that we've talked to, the nationally representative young people in Ghana, how do their aspirations align with what is in policy documents? And we can only do that by reviewing policy documents and juxtaposing that against the what the young people would tell us when we do the field work. So that is our methodology, but obviously what we intend doing is to do a face-to-face approach of collecting the data. So we want to go directly into the communities and work with the young people when we are collecting the data. But we also know that COVID is there, but we will make sure that we put in mechanisms to make sure that we adhere to all the protocols. So, I mean, the works that we've been doing recently, what we do is that when we are going to the field, we go with a lot of these marks so that the participant, if the participant doesn't have a marks, we make sure that we give the participant a marks before we even sit down to talk. And we make sure that we do social distancing when we are even doing the data collection. So if the COVID situation, is still manageable, then this is the approach that we want to go with, unless it's get out of hand again, and we may have to think about perhaps using this online way of collecting data, but we hope that we will be able to go directly to our participants, and because you can't do focus group discussion online. Well, people are doing it now. You bring participants online and you discuss issues, but for me to get their realities and how their situations and their environment shapes what they do, it's more appropriate that we are able to go there and have a proper conversation with them. And because we intend using this approach, one of the things that we'll be reaching out to you, because you work directly in the communities, we are very confident you have contacts with communities. So we will be reaching out to you, in terms of the contacts and making contacts with communities and, the young people that you work with. So in brief, that is our methodology. Thank you. Yes, so we want to go straight into unless there is any quick question. If not, then we will go straight into the group exercise that I mentioned earlier. So we will still maintain where we were. And the question is the priority areas for research. Is there something that we are missing that we need to consider? And then, are there any policy gaps when it comes to young men and women's aspirations? Is there anything that is missing? So we can give ourselves 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will return back and then share our.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering, listening to the discussions this morning, the rural-urban dynamics, whether you would touch on some tools that will try to disaggregate.
Yes, definitely. So we will definitely work. I think I mentioned that earlier, that we will factor into consideration all the factors that differentiate young people. So those in rural areas, peri-urban and even urban, those, in those with higher levels of education, relatively lower levels of education, the dropouts, no education at all. So we will work in such a way that we capture the very diverse, or the things that differentiate young people. We make sure that we are able to capture that. And obviously the gender thing is very, very key in here. We will sample both young men and women as well. Okay, so we can spend 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will come back and wrap feedback, and then we wrap up. Hi, online team. Sorry, we haven't forgotten about you. Please, if you have any input to make, please type it in the chat box. So the question is on, are there any priority areas for research that we need to consider? And are there any policy gaps with respect to young people's aspirations, young men and women's aspirations around employment, around migration, livelihood? Are there any policy gaps that we need to factor in? So if you have any input, please put it in the chat box and we will pick them. Thank you very much. The first one is about, our work is about young men and women's aspirations, right? And we projected our research questions. Yeah. Is there any area that you think that we haven't thought about that we need to consider? Or are there any burning issues that you think that the research needs to look at, which perhaps we haven't? I was trying to get the questions again on. Yeah. Is there anything we need to look at critically, for this research that we haven't mentioned? So these are the first 5. And these are the other areas. Is it clear? Is it clear now? Yeah. Okay. So we want to take feedback if we are done. We want to make sure that by 4:30 we are off from here. So okay, please, we want to take the feedback and then we wrap up for the day. Any group can go first.
So we should. Okay. Thank God we are first. The pay setters. Okay. On research, priority areas, we have the sociocultural factors affecting youth unemployment. If there can be a research to explore the factors, the sociocultural factors that affect youth employment in the country, I think that it will help because what affects the youth, some of the sociocultural factors that affect the youth in Greater Accra will be different from Upper East or Upper West. Upper West, a young woman can be denied the opportunity to work. So we should be able to explore those factors and see and push for. So there can be a research directed at that particular thing. And then we also said that effect of westernization on the aspiration of the youth in terms of job seeking. We should explore the external factors that influence the youth in terms of job seeking. What influenced them to decide the kind of job that they want? Westernization, we think that that particular area should be explored. And then the policy gap. He said there is a disconnect between what the policy or law states on youthhood and the reality on the ground. There's a disconnect. Example was cited in the morning. The age bracket. The Ghana National Youth Policy defines the age bracket from 15 to 35. Meanwhile, 15 to 17 years cannot work. They cannot even, they are employed, but they cannot be formally employed. So there's a disconnect. So this is one area that must be looked at. And then uncoordinated policies.
Upon second thought, you realize that from my presentation, you see the unemployment by education level puts about 10+% to the uneducated and those who finish at the basic school level. So
please, can the online participant mute for us? Thank you. There's some little feedback from someone's end. I don't know who it is, but
you should mute all of them here. Mute them on our. Maybe the person is not even aware.
Please, can you mute yourself? The IT man is not here. We beg you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So that big number, it's something that we can look at it with our research and make impact at that level. That 11% of the unemployed youth legally cannot also work. So, and they are still counted as unemployed. And we use the number to say Ghana has this high number. Technically, it's not fair to them. And they are taken out of all social benefits and others. Even if government has a program, because they are not 18, they cannot officially apply. They can't open a bank account. They can't have a Momo account and what have you. Yet people can finish JHS and start doing their own work or get employment somewhere, and they cannot be formalized legally and they cannot be paid through the bank system. So we can look at that gap and work towards it.
All right. Okay. Please, because of time, we will pick all your notes, but because of time, let's give other tables to also.
Thank you. So for us, some priority areas that we would want the research to consider may be the influence or the role of technology during COVID. I think it will be fine to get from these young people how their lives were affected, or even how they have changed their ways of thinking, or probably their future plans due to COVID. And then if possible, we'd also want to look at mapping of their skills. So mapping of their skills in terms of the skills that they have that can help them be employed, or probably the additional skills that they may need to be gainfully employed. So those are the two areas that we would want to consider.
Good.
And then in terms of the policy gaps, for us, we think that there's this lack of coordinations amongst the youth employment policies, because if you look at the policies we are able to list the youth employment policy. I believe, yes, there are currently the national youth policy is being worked on, but the one we had, which was the one for 2010, as well as the National Employment Policy 2015, they all have bits or elements of youth employment. So the National Gender Policy also has elements of employment. But so because we feel there's no coordinated policy that talks about youth employment specifically, it is a gap. And also we said there's no clear communication of the policy to the young people. Even sometimes at the stakeholder level, it's difficult to understand some of the policies. And so it's not translated to the young people. So it's also a gap we identified that if we look at it would help.
Yeah, that is very, very important, communication, because a lot of these young people can't read or speak English, but we have very nice policies crafted for them, but they don't know about it, especially for those in my village. And those in other villages, they don't know that these policies. Okay, next.
Okay, thanks. For the first question, priority area for research, our group looked at cultural norms against aspirations within our social settings. Our parents have some aspirations we should do and we should not do. So that's what we looked at. And then the second was, what are the enabling environments for young people to inspire? That's another priority area we think could be researched on. Another is, are there structures that promote young people's aspirations? So that we're also looking at. And last, what is the role of COVID-19 on young people's aspirations?
Thank you.
And then when it went to the second question on policy gaps in young men and women aspiration, we looked at policies not being enforced. We have the policies there, but they are not being enforced. The policy developmental stage is not representative and inclusive. We have policies being developed by people. I just recollected during the meeting, we were chatting and we were like, right now we are having a meeting on unemployment and we have employed people. So we have represented, rather they should be present to discuss their issue. And lastly, lack of coordination of policies. She mentioned this, however, in our own saying, we said there's no central body in charge of policy coordination. Thank you.
Thank you. How many left? Two.
So for us, we looked at looking at what we have termed as the paradox of jobs. So we are saying that there are instances where employers are looking for employees and then vice versa. So we want you guys, or all of us, to take a look at more research into getting the empirical facts about what we have termed the paradox of jobs. So there are employers looking for employees and vice versa. So we could do research into that. And then we're also looking at how do we bridge the gap between the existing job and experience requirements. So we find that for the existing jobs, or when employers are looking for people, they are looking for people with 5 years experience and that kind of thing, but we don't have that. So maybe we can do a bit of research into that. And then we are looking at building skills of youth without skills, and maybe the unschooled youth. So what we can do research into that too. And then for the policy gaps, we are looking at gender and disability should be mainstreamed into every youth policy. And then we're also looking at forming executionable policy. So we don't just have policies we cannot execute. So we need policies that we can really act on, to get the agenda moving.
All right, thank you very much. Can we take the last, is it last one or last two?
Have you presented already?
Okay, so we looked at the socialization from the basic unit of society, because we believe that when a child is born, it's supposed to be groomed up. So we say socialization of the child, the role of the family, the religious leaders, and opinion leaders, meaning that you need to prepare the child to go into the bigger four walls of the world. So these are some of the research. And then the second question is the educational system, the courses or the course outlines, and then also the quality of teachers. Then the next is supposed to be the conducive environment within which these kids receive formal education. The third is the influence of technology. We're looking at the positives and the negatives. How are we able to orient the youth to be able to take advantage of the positives that technology brings up? When it has to do with the policy gaps that we're supposed to propose, we looked at the implementation, then also enforcing and also monitoring of existing youth-based policies. Sometimes either the institutions are there or they are inefficient, or you don't have the qualified people who understand the makeup of the youth to be able to implement and also enforce some of these policies. Then we look at the review of existing policies to meet the changing trends of society, updating. So you review it. Each and every day, things are changing. But it might interest you to know that people are moving with 1960-something policies, which are not in alignment with our current trend. So these are our responses.
Thank you so much. Nothing from this group?
Very perfect submission.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much. And for our group, we considered 2 questions. Looking at the questions that you gave, where we asked the question of, are the youth aware of the existing policies? And are they aware and do they understand the existing policies and how they can benefit from these policies? That's one question that we did not see in there, maybe hidden somewhere. Then to what extent have these policies worked? To what extent have these policies worked? These are the 2 questions. Then again, in relation to the policy gaps, we have not perused all the policy documents, so one is a bit careful here. But what I just wanted to say is that in relation to these hourly job interventions, I think that if there is no policy or there is some policy addressing it, I think we can relook at it in certain sectors of our economy. Perhaps the manufacturing, the services, and I mean restaurants and bars and other places. We can relook at some of these things and see how best it's going to work for us. Maybe some tax incentive could be given to some of these sectors because people are allowed to work hourly for it to be inclusive. We want it to be more inclusive so more people can come on board. And so I think that in terms of policy gap, that in terms of these policy gap, we can look at this more carefully in terms of these hourly work, because these are best practices elsewhere, and we can look at it to profit certain sectors of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you all so much. I think these are very, very useful suggestions, and we will take all the flip chart notes that you have, and we will make sure that we incorporate all these into our research agenda and process and everything that we do. Okay, so we want to thank you all very, very much for, honoring our invitation and, for even deciding that you want to be part of this project. And indeed, I must say that you've been very, very patient with us, and you've been very, very instrumental. I really like the engagement and all the, the fun and the jokes and all the things that happened today. And I must say that we are really, really grateful for the time that you've spent today with us. One of the things that we want to say is that we want to, like I said earlier, this is a work that we want to do it together as, research policy community. So we will definitely be keeping in touch with all of you. One of the suggestions that was coming is perhaps we could create a WhatsApp group, and then we could also engage in, periodic meetings, just like we are having now, to make sure that at every stage of the research process you are involved in. So this is just the inception meeting. There will definitely be a stage where we need to get to the field and collect data, and we'll definitely be calling on all of you for various forms of assistance. So if you are all happy, then we could create that WhatsApp group, and it's quite an easy way to get in touch. We also have your contacts, emails, and phone numbers, and I hope that you will not be disturbed if we pick the phone and in the busy schedule of your work we call, just to keep in touch, and also make sure that the spirit of the UTI, I always find it difficult pronouncing Utafiti Sarah. We wanted to run right from today, and we don't want to create any apathy anywhere. No, we want the spirit of engagement to continue. So that is what I would want to say for now, and we will definitely be reaching out to all of you. Because of time, we had wanted to do a little bit of evaluation, but we will drop it in your emails so that when you go home, you can have time to really reflect back on today, what happened, what is it that we didn't do well, what is it that it could have been done better, and all that. So thank you once again for coming. And
Tom is asking me to say kwaheri to all of you. Kwaheri means bye, see you. But Tom, I want to really thank you and your team for the excellent effort that has gone in organizing this. I want to thank your team, Bwana Apai, and importantly, the Iron Lady in the house. I know she's hiding at the back, but since I landed here, I know that every moving vehicle, every moving train has an engine, and I know where that engine is. So Jemima, thank you ever so much for the excellent effort. You don't get tired. I think she deserves a clap. I'm looking at a new Tafiti Sera house made up of yourselves. I'm really grateful that you gave us your time. You shared with us your insights. You gave us your really useful thoughts about how this process should move forward. I should mention that we have a plan for regular engagements, at least 4 times a year. The project has, I think, 2 more years to go, next year and 2023. So most likely, depending on the context and how quickly we can get our research going, Tom and team will be convening you regularly in the coming months to sort of facilitate the co-creation process for this work. So that, I hope, answers the question which the gentleman who asked has left about how do we move together with you. So that's going to be another like 4 convenings over the next project life. And we have other ways of engaging. For instance, we can use virtual technology, Zoom, WhatsApp to engage you. So when we call upon you, I hope you will be happy to walk this journey with us. I'm taking your greetings to your ancestors down in East Africa. And I will tell them all the stories about Accra and how you dare flip the thought that you come late and the government minister comes ahead of you. That I will never forget. Thank you so much, my brothers and sisters. When you go back, all the very best, Tom. Thank you ever so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have some. Before you leave, please see Jemima before you leave. So we want to end it here. It's been a very long day. And again, thank you very much. And we would want to stay in touch with all of you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Okay, so participants online, thank you very much for your time and all the answers, all the inputs, and for listening to us and all that. And we are really grateful for your time. All your suggestions that you've made will definitely be taken on board. Thank you very, very much.